All right, I'll call this regular scheduled meeting to order. If you'll join and salute our nation's flag. Ready, begin. All right, if we'll do a roll call and declaration of conflicts of interest, please.
Councilmember Abraham? Here and none. Councilmember Bixel?
Here and none.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Here and none.
Councilmember Moniz?
Here, and I have the same existing conflict on 7C and 8A that has been announced prior.
Thank you. Mayor Bublak?
Here and none, thank you. All right, approval of agenda is posted or amended.
So moved.
Second.
Third, fourth, okay,
Yeah.
well, the roll call's done. We have a motion to second, will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Abraham?
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes. Passes 5-0, thank you for that. Okay, presentation, Turlock Police Department Animal Services is gonna bring up somebody that is gonna end up getting adopted. Drum roll. Hey, buddy.
Good evening. I'm Animal Services Supervisor Katie Walthrop, and with me I have Barney. He is a 1-year-old bulldog
Fife,
mix.
right?
Yes. That's what I was joking with about earlier, what we were calling him. But he's very sweet. He gets along with other dogs. He walks very polite on a leash. So if you're interested in adopting him, come and see us.
Oh, smile for the camera, Barney, come on, this is your chance.
Yeah, this is your big shot.
And also, I have some very exciting news coming soon. We're going to be doing what's called a Dog's Day Out, where essentially people can check dogs out of the shelter, kind of like a book. They can take them out for the day, take them for a walk to the park, to their house, get to know these dogs, and then they can bring them back at the end of the day. They can even have a sleepover with them. You know, I think this is going to be a great way so people can kind of, get to know the animal first and, really help with our adoption rates.
It's gonna be perfect for you, Councilmember Abram.
So we're really
Your kids
excited.
will
I
love
think the college students would really like this because we had some come in asking if we did this. So I think this will be really good for our college students as well.
I heard the president needs a dog too over there, the new president. Thank you
Thank
for that,
you.
appreciate it. Next presentation is Mr. Huff, North Valley Regional Recycled Water presentation.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, council members of the public. My name is David Huff, and I'm the Water Quality Control Division Manager. Tonight, I'm going to give a brief presentation on the North Valley Regional Recycled Water Program. This project started up during the pandemic, so we want to take this opportunity to celebrate this award-winning project, review our history in recycled water, and show how this program is actually making the sewer fund some money. So before we get in the program, we just want to cover what is recycled water. There are many different forms and variations of recycled water, but for this program, we're specifically talking about converting municipal sewage and turning it into water that can be reused for a variety of purposes like irrigation. Also, you'll know when recycled water is being used because all of the infrastructures, pipes, sprinkler heads, and signs will all be purple. For that reason, it's also referred to as purple pipe. So within the wastewater treatment category, there are different tiers of recycled water. I'm not going to get into wastewater treatment on this presentation, but if you look at the bottom tier, there's a wastewater treatment level called secondary. And as you can see, the reuse applications are very limited. As you move up the table, the level of treatment increases, and finally, the range of reuse application also increases. It's not until you reach Tier 1, tertiary treatment, in which all of the reuse applications are generally unrestricted for items like irrigation of food crops. Here is a simple process diagram of Turlock's tertiary treatment system. I won't go through the diagram, but you can quickly see that a tertiary treatment system is a significant portion of the treatment process. Essentially, it's like adding a simpler water treatment water treatment plant at the end of a conventional wastewater treatment facility. And you can visually see the difference between the two. The jar on the left is secondary treated wastewater, and the jar on the right shows the water quality after going through tertiary. City of Turlock's been doing recycled water, working on this for a few years. 1998, Turlock actually established a goal to divert all of the wastewater from the river to recycled water projects. 2002, we started construction on a tertiary treatment facility, and in 2006, we started delivering recycled water to a few different local reuse projects, which is about 10% of our volume. Reclaimed water is not recycled until it's put to some purpose, and so we started looking for regional solutions. So in 2010, City of Turlock, Del Porto Water District, City of Modesto, City of Ceres, and Stanislaus County entered into an MOU to consider the development and implementation of a regional reclamation project. Those efforts evolved into the North Valley Project as we know it today. 2016, Turlock joined the JPA and had executed a water sales agreement for the delivery and purchase of recycled water. 2017, we started construction on our portion to get to the regional project, and in 2020, we actually started delivering. Here's our water deliveries over the last 5 years. As you can see, each column is kind of the annual total of wastewater treatment, and the maroon or purple portion represents the amount that was actually recycled that year. So as you can see, we were recycling about 10% with our local reuse programs, and now we're recycling nearly every gallon, which is a major accomplishment. This has also changed the classification of Turlock's facility from a wastewater treatment plant to a reclamation facility. So the North Valley Regional Recycled Water Program is a joint powers authority between City of Turlock, City of Modesto, and Del Porto Water District. Turlock and Modesto both have regional tertiary treatment facilities. Del Porto is a water district that provides water to approximately 44,000 of irrigatable acres. This partnership is probably one of the best examples of regionalization as these agencies kind of all came to the table to get the job done. The program is essentially a large-scale pipeline project, specifically 22 miles of pipes constructed by both Turlock and Modesto to deliver tertiary treated water to the Del Porto Water District. At full build-out, this project will deliver 30,600 acre-feet of water per year and has a direct annual economic benefit of $30 million. It contributes nearly $70 million per year to the region's economy. Here's a map showing the project. Pipeline starts in the bottom right and flows west until it hits the San Joaquin River, going through the center. This is the location where Turlock used to discharge to the river, but now we've constructed more pipelines. It actually makes a right turn, goes north up to Modesto, picks up their wastewater, tucks underneath the San Joaquin River, and flows all the way out to Patterson. Here's a picture of the tertiary treatment facilities. City of Modesto owns and operates a 15 million gallon per day membrane tertiary treatment facility. And City of Turlock owns and operates a 20 million gallons per day conventional tertiary facility. The Del Porto Water District serves 44,000 of irrigatable acres along the I-5 corridor. During the drought, this district received 20% of their water allocations in 2020, and then 0% for the following 2 years. Fortunately, this program was up and running and provided up to 60% of the actual water delivered to their customers. A few updates on the project since we finished on 2020. City of Turlock won the Sacramento section for Outstanding Wastewater Treatment Plant of the Year from American Society of Civil Engineers. And then we went in 2021 and we went on to win the Outstanding Project in the state of California. Right, thank you.
Right, I know.
In 2023, we actually got some international interest. The country of Turkey is interested in developing recycled water projects, and they saw this program as one of the most recent successful projects in the world. So we had about 30 Turkish delegates, members of the World Bank, all flew out to Turlock to sit and learn from the partners of the North Valley Regional Recycled Water Program. Kind of the financial overview. To date, Turlock has received a little over $6 million for the delivery of 41,000 acre-feet of tertiary treated wastewater. Through our water sales agreement, Del Porto pays City of Turlock for all the operating costs, debt costs, and also provides a premium of $30 per acre foot, which is a new revenue stream for the City of Turlock. Currently, those water premiums have generated a little over $1.2 million, and those funds will be used to pay for projects that would have normally been paid by the sewer fund. So in conclusion, this is an exciting project, kind of helps solves our water crisis, stimulates the local economy, and helps offset a portion of the sewer rate for Turlock residents. And that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
This is kind of your baby, right?
This is the baby right here.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Huff? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yep.
Gonna have to come out there and check it out. Put all those awards out there,
Absolutely,
right? All right, we have public participation, and it's time set aside for members to bring up, if they haven't filled this out, and it's the 3 minutes time. Michael the first, come on up.
Good news. Hi guys, how much time do I have? Okay,
3 minutes.
Michael the First, 10/24/2023 City Council meeting. A gift for history. A&E Book Season 1 book proposal to Disney Channel, History Channel, and A&E. Most celebrities dream of going viral and still can. For me and local PD, we went viral during this virus. COVID has wiped millions of faces from the face of the earth. Boy, did we go viral. And I wish to involve as many people as I can to publishers about the sole survivor in all of us. Right now, as we speak, the cast and crew of volunteers of A&E Book Season 1 and Season 2 are in someone's Christmas stocking this year. Let's make it to Season 3. PDs and mayors here and in Kansas, please help me connect by word of mouth and abroad. Here is the concept. Do you remember in Life magazine when the woman sitting there with her children with a look of loss? We all do. Born and raised in Stanislaus County and Truman Camp 1 native, R1, I often wonder how life is in R2. Known as D2 Dakotas, along with M3 Command Minnesotas, R3 and Truman Camp. Many years have passed and many have passed away. Since World War II, our goal has been to make sure that natural disasters are natural disasters. Being privileged to have dyslexia and knowing it, I have seen others' rapid decline. Most last of kin will be first to tell their story in my new 4-booked series idea. Everyone will get 1 paragraph to share a day in the life. Write it down to their family's name, shout outs to their favorite favorites, even favorite recipes. The homeless will feel right at home, women will be heard, victims will find strength, iron will sharpen iron. Turlock City Council and all services, let's please meet about this novel idea. Accidents happen every day, and the NAAP is in it like me every step of the way. National Activities Association of Activity Directors, Professionals Awareness, as we, from now and to forever, prepare ourself, it's capital SEASELF, self, for award season. All I want for you is to attend, and even at home, or curl up with a good book. Book 1 idea. The last is first. Book 2 idea. 2 together live forever. Book 3 idea. The lifesavers. Book 4 idea are pictures and pictures. 15 seconds, I'm so excited. Okay. To him, from hymnal. Hail to the chief. Amen. Happy voting, everyone. Michael.
Milt asked for 5D to be pulled off the consent. Did you have anything to say, sir?
No, at 5D, I'll speak if someone else has finished speaking.
Well, if you filled out the card, go ahead and come on up. You're next.
Well, not on that.
Public speaking, you don't have anything?
I do, yes.
Come on up.
Okay, I'll speak. Good evening, Milt Treeweiler. I'm going to read a preface by Walter Cronkite written in 1983 on George Orwell's book, 1984. Orwell wrote his book in 1949. Here are some thoughts from Walter Cronkite. Orwell drew from the technology and perhaps some of the science fiction of the day in drawing his picture of 1984. But it's not the work of science fiction he was writing. It was a novelistic essay on power, how it's acquired and maintained, how those who seek it or seek to keep it tend to sacrifice anything and everything for its name. The book, 1984, is an anguished lament and a warning that we may not be strong enough, nor wise enough, nor moral enough to cope with the kind of power we've learned to amass. And we hear echoes of that warning chord in the constant demand for greater security and comfort, for less risk in our societies. We recognize, however dimly, that greater efficiency, ease, and security may come at a substantial price in freedom. That law and order can be a double-think version of oppression. That individual liberties surrendered for whatever good reason are freedom lost. In 1969, after I graduated from Fresno State, I was drafted into the United States Army. And I had a first-hand experience of what a totalitarian dictatorship is like, because that's what the 8 weeks of basic training at Fort Ord was. You're told where you're going to go, when you're going to get up, what you're going to eat, everything. You're completely controlled in your life. And it was totalitarian dictatorship. However, I understand that in the military, you can't vote on whether you want to fight in a particular battle. But in the regular, outside of the military, we need our freedoms. We need to have the freedoms that other countries don't have. The freedoms like Russia doesn't have. The freedoms like Germany didn't have under Adolf Hitler. The freedoms like the people of China don't have, or the people of North Korea don't have. A totalitarian dictatorship is something we definitely have to avoid at all cost. I'm going to repeat what Cronkite said here just a little bit. It was not a novelistic essay on power, how it is acquired and maintained, how those who seek it or seek to keep it tend to sacrifice anything and everything for its name. We have to be very careful, because we risk here in our country, there are so many people who have made power, money, and pleasure their God, that we risk a lot in our country. Thank you.
Turlock Library, Ms. Mendoza.
Good evening. My name is Karina, and I am the branch supervisor over at the Turlock Library. We have all kinds of amazing things happening, and we're open on Fridays again, so that's always exciting. Feel free to visit us. Thank you. From 10 to 5, if you want a quiet place to study and read, Fridays are an excellent day to do it, because we tend to be pretty quiet, because I'm thinking the word's not out. We are open on Fridays. Let's see, with us being open on Fridays, we are now offering our ever popular Wiggle Worms. So that is for infants to 3-year-olds. It is a fun 20 minutes of music. We sing, we dance, and we read stories. So it's kind of a good parent, child, or grandparent and child fun event. Our numbers for our story time were over 80 per session, so we were getting about 160 for our story time. So we were really excited to bring Wiggle Rooms back to kind of ease up on those numbers, and it has. So now it's a fun for everybody, especially us who are not overwhelmed by 80 preschoolers in a room. We also now have a partnership with the Modesto and Stanislaus Poetry Center. MOST is their most commonly known. A Turlock teen is the Stanislaus Youth Poet Laureate, and so she is going to be hosting a series of events over at the library. So starting on Saturday, they're going to do at 1 o'clock, it's going to be a teen-centered spoken word poetry. So she's going to teach kids how to write poetry and how to perform them. So we're really thrilled about that and that partnership. We also brought back our ever popular Read to a Dog program. So independent readers can gain confidence of reading out loud to a dog because dogs are fun and they're not judgmental. And they're not going to judge you if you mess up on a word or need to sound it out. So that's going to be the first Saturday of the month at noon, and we just require people to sign up. And that's everything we're going. So support your public library, shop local, helps businesses out, and we get an 1/8 of a cent, and we do a lot with those 1/8 of a cents. So it keeps the lights on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. John?
John Gebline, 1891 Linda Vista Street. Right, so we got that up.
Thank you.
I just wanted to mention to the council that you guys are going to have another task to do, probably in the future. Of one of the many 1,000+ bills that the legislature passed, they repealed something back that happened back in 2015 by Governor Brown. It was you can save water by putting in fake grass. Well, now they said, well, that fake grass, because it's got PFAS in it and all sorts of petrochemicals and stuff, it's not good. But they did give you guys the option locally of doing it or not doing it. Now, I've never been one for fake grass. I just thought, you know, you can do hardscapes and with rocks. You don't have to water rocks either, okay? You can put in trees that need hardly anything. Makes it much more beautiful than that stuff. Now, I realize there's people that are out there, but the people who are doing that stuff, they do hardscapes anyhow. They're not going to lose any business. But the biggest problem was it was just too friggin' expensive. And I looked at that and I said, how could you ever save enough money on water to justify that cost? But whatever. So, and I wanted to mention that just one of the many things that this state has gone back and forth on. We all remember MTBE. That was one of the biggest environmental disasters to this state. Cost us tens of billions of dollars. And I don't even think they're done getting that out of the groundwater, plus all of the things like that. But it just always amazes me that they can just rush into things, not think about it, and everything else. Now, the gentleman that was up here about tertiary water treatment, that's great. The one thing I would wish, I don't know if we do it, is that we require, you know, on new homes, new apartments and stuff, that we all get gray water. I would love to have it. I divert about 500 gallons a year. It's enough to water all my trees. But it's not gray water, it's just water warming up for the dishes, warming up for the shower, and I just put it outside and use it whatever. But a family of 4 could literally save thousands just on that. But if I had ability of a gray water to go into a tank, I could water lots of stuff and whatever. So, but it might take money away from them, but I don't know if they're selling it to somebody else. Thanks.
Christian?
Good evening, Mayor Bublak and City Council. Kristan Santos here representing the office of Congressman John Duarte. It's great to see a lot of pink shirts this evening. The Congressman greatly enjoyed being able to attend the Turlock Fire Department's open house and meet many of the brave men and women that keep Turlock safe. On this National Red Ribbon Week, our office would like to discuss some of the legislation Congressman Duarte has pursued regarding the fentanyl crisis that has affected so many Valley families. Earlier this year, Congressman Duarte signed on to H.R. 467, the Halt Fentanyl Act, which made the temporary class-wide scheduling order for fentanyl-related substances permanent. It ensures law enforcement has the tools they need to keep these extremely lethal and dangerous drugs off our streets, and also ensures practitioners can research fentanyl-related substances so we can better understand its overall effects on Americans' health. If the emergency class-wide scheduling order were allowed to expire, many fentanyl-related substances would have become street legal. Law enforcement would have lost the authority to seize these extremely lethal drugs, and drug traffickers would have been able to skirt federal law by changing one molecule in the fentanyl formula. U.S. Customs and Border Protection would have also lost the authority to seize these substances once they crossed the border. That is why the Congressman is so proud to have been able to help pass this bill through Congress. Now, earlier, Congressman Duarte was proud to vote for a bipartisan CR to prevent a government shutdown and keep the government open for the American people. Regardless of the many events that have taken place in the House since that vote, he will continue his efforts to get the House back to work, do the job the American people elected them to do. From passing fiscally responsible appropriations bills to standing by our friends when they need us the most. In this time of peril in the Middle East, Congressman Duarte would also like to unequivocally affirm his support for Israel, one of our closest allies. Congressman Duarte strongly condemns the campaign of terror being waged by Hamas against the state of Israel, and the Congressman is proud to stand with the Israeli people as they defend themselves from these cowardly, hateful, horrific acts of terror. At last count, at least 32 Americans have been killed, along with 1,400 Israelis. Hundreds of Israeli civilians remain in captivity, along with a number of American citizens. As we speak this evening, thousands of American sailors and Marines in the USS Gerald R. Ford and the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower carrier strike groups are taking up deterrent positions in the eastern Mediterranean region. Already, American troops in the region have been directly engaged by hostile forces. I hope I can speak for everyone in this chamber when I say that we are praying for the safety of our troops, we're praying for the safety of civilians, and we're praying for the safe return of every single hostage. Thank you for your time.
That's all the cards I have. Anyone else?
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Thomas Hall. I'm here representing Turlock Gospel Mission. I just have a quick report on our numbers and our services for the month of September. For the month of September, we provided just over 4,000 meals to the community, and we provided a total of 1,600 nights stayed by individuals at the shelter. That was about an average of 50 per night. And consistent with the month before, with August, we are seeing unique first-time guests, 44, so it's been consistent with the previous month. And of those first-time guests, we're seeing quite a few, those that are disabled, first-time families, young adults, first-time being displaced, coming to our shelter. Either from Turlock, Modesto, or even cities, in other counties. And I just want to quickly highlight an individual, a gentleman from our shelter that spent many years on the streets and graduated our program. And, through hard work, he started with the Workforce Development Program, is now working at TGM, and is now living in transitional living, saving up to find permanent housing. And that is just one of the individuals that we have starting up with either our culinary program or workforce development. So we're excited to see more success stories come out of that. And then for the next month, I also will be including storage services. How many individuals and how many times that people have accessed our storage service. But thank you.
Ramon?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and members of the community. I'm here to speak about the traffic lights because I did not make it in the meeting, the other council meetings, but a few of the community members have concerns about the state of the traffic lights. And Mr. Treewater also mentioned the same thing. The lights change constantly from green to red. And then sometimes it changes back to green, and then sometimes it changes to red in seconds, not just like a few seconds, but just in seconds. And also the flow of traffic does not sync in very well with the traffic lights. As we see in downtown, when Olive and Golden State has green lights, Main Street and Golden State, the intersection of Main Street and Golden State, still on red light, but they pile up a lot of cars, and sometimes it takes forever for the cars to move. And when the green light turns from the other intersection around, people will fight or they'll try to beat the light and all. That is a concern because there's going to be some accidents going to happen, and we already seen this happen once. And also with Monte Vista crossings, with the train and all, the cars keep piling up. And sometimes we have the intersection of Monte Vista and Countryside with whatever light it is. It's just like a pile up. All the cars are like really crowded, especially on a busy weekend when people are shopping or going out to eat. The traffic is such really bad, and when the holiday season is going to be coming in, it'll be even super worse. And also, I've read it online about what to do with Main Street in downtown Turlock, because sometimes there are people asking when we're going to turn into some sort of, make it pedestrian friendly, just to not have many cars crowd in. Because honestly, I've been thinking about seeing Main Street downtown turning into less car centric and more pedestrian centric. So people will go around, shop local, eat local, walking around downtown just to get around. And that's what I've seen in Livermore, where they have like a mixed use of traffic as well as walking, and it's really nice. We should consider looking into it. And for housing, I went to Dublin, Pleasanton, Livermore, and they have various sorts of housing options. Why not have like that same housing options here in Turlock instead of building single family homes? Because in Monte Vista crossings around, they have empty land space where housing can be built. It could be either affordable housing, condos, townhouses, duplexes. We need to have that kind of housing here in Turlock so people will move in and not have to worry about buying a house or renting at high prices. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening, I'm Mary Jackson. I wanted to talk about I've talked several times about the gold standard of service that we talked about when we had a former city manager. That was something we always tried to do. And I do appreciate that our roads are getting paved. I'm just wondering about the process. Because one of the roads near my home in District 1 was going to be paved. We received a letter from the city and the contractor from Fresno back in May of this year stating construction on Mayor Flores was going to start on June 1. That didn't happen. And we joked that it happened super fast. We missed it. Construction actually started at the end of August. I believe the 20th is what it says on the sign. Signs were put up. Yellow tape went up. The sidewalk was torn up then and then left alone until this week, about 5 weeks later, which was really a hazard for walking, anybody on bikes or on strollers, because the sign posted that it would be done October 27th. I was wondering how and why Mayor Flores was chosen, especially when I know homeowners on El Capitan have been asking for their street to be paved for years. I know an elderly lady spoke with the mayor about paving El Capitan several times. And the reason why I point to El Capitan, because I'm going to put on a parent and a school board member hat, because we use it, many students use it to walk to school. They get dropped off there. It's actually chaos if you'd like to be there at about 8:10 to 8:30 or 8:40 actually. And then again at about 3:15 to about 3:45. And so it's parked on, it's kids are get picked up. And so I'm really looking at, to me, that would have been a street that needs sidewalks because a lot of kids walk home that way. I think one of the complaints that's frustrating is we don't really have an easy north-south or east-west way to bike across town. And I think we've talked about that before. But I know I'll figure out who the roads person is to talk to about this. The one great news I have is kudos to Mark Crivelli. I had reached out earlier, and other coaches at the high school and junior high levels have reached out to him to start a youth basketball program, and it's in the works. And so It's a win-win situation for everybody. I'm just sad that my kids don't get to participate. But again, Mark Crivelli and the coaches and parents are going to make this happen. So I'll end on a good note.
Anyone else?
Good evening. There are times that we fail to acknowledge just how blessed we are, okay? And so I want to just mention how blessed I think we are with the police department, about how professional they are and the good work that they do. We've seen, if you've looked at Turlock City News lately, we've seen a number of videos to where they've had to use and if I get the names wrong, my apologies, but the wrap device, and then also I think a mask that they put on. So, it's amazing to be able to see those videos to where the guys are struggling, they're yelling, they're cursing, they're spitting, saying, horrible things, but yet the officers are managing to keep their cool and operating in a very professional way. And that is much appreciated, okay? And we need to make sure that we support them with enough training, okay, to make sure that happens. And also thankful for the chief. I don't know how he does all the things that he does. And he also puts up with some of us civilians who sometimes send emails late at night, to when we become very frustrated over certain things. So I appreciate your willingness to put up with that. So, thank you. That's all.
Anyone else for public participation? Okay, we'll close the public participation and move on to motion waiving. Try that again. Motion waiving reading of all ordinances on the agenda except by title.
So moved.
A motion and a second. We call the roll, please.
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Vixel? Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, passes 5-0. The consent calendar, a request by Milt to have item D, David, pulled. Is there any others?
Motion to approve as amended.
Second. We have a motion and a second. We call the roll, please.
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Vixel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, passes 5-0. All right, D, David is Mr. Frimming. Agreement between the City of Turlock and West Yost regarding the contract. Good evening.
Good evening. I don't know what the question is quite yet, so I'll stand by.
Fair enough. Open it to the public. Milt?
Yes, I thought it was important to talk about this. This is the Stanislaus Regional Water Authority, and then, of course, the Stanislaus Regional Water Authority was the initial entity that was going to take care of our distributed water system. And just about 2018, in the second or third meeting of the SRWA, after Mayor Blue-Black was elected, the distribution system and the storage tank was removed from the SRWA and put into or funded by the enterprise fund, the Water Enterprise Fund. And now we're coming up with some problems. It might have been better just to leave it with the SRWA, but it happened, and that's reality. And what actually has happened, if you look at the paperwork, you'll see that in the pipelines that are bringing the water from the treatment plant to the storage plant for the city of Turlock, there's been some major damage or major problems noted in the piping. And so now we need another $770,000 to take care of this. This is coming out of our enterprise fund now. It would have been in the SRWA before it got switched over. Again, that happened in 2018. I also see here that we're going to have the plant opened here. It was supposed to be this month, but now it looks like next month and maybe after next month, or do you think it'll be next month? It's just kind of strange that we were told we saved water, the SRWA saved water, but actually what we did is we took the funding, switched the accounts so that the account came from the SRWA account into our water enterprise fund. It's going to cost us a total of $41 million and $414. I don't know what it was going to cost. I don't remember what it was going to cost before it was removed, but doing it all as one project might have made it less expensive. We still have to pay actually more now because assuming that we wouldn't have had the problems, and I don't know if that's the case, but because problems do crop up. But I'm just kind of, I don't know. I think it was kind of the wrong thing to do. We should have left it with the Stanislaus Regional Water Authority all along. So when do you think our plant will be operational? Thank you.
Mr. Furman, only specific to the question of this item, if you can help, we can announce later what the SRWA grant, like the ribbon cutting and such, but if you can cover just specifically for this agenda in reference to the contract, please.
Okay. So in reference to this item, which is for our local facilities project, we are at the tail end of construction. We are, basically at the final stages of commissioning. So we have actually received word this morning in a progress meeting that our hydrostatic pressure testing did pass. This staff report mentions a few issues we had in the last few months. Joint failures with pipes, our water storage tank had a leak. The contractor has addressed those issues. We've passed our pressure testing, and that was a big milestone today. So we are on the path. It has been a bit rocky. The purpose of this item is for our construction management group, West Yost Associates. They're the professionals who are providing the full-time inspection, the documentation, making sure that construction is occurring per the plans and specifications. So a few months ago, when we came to council with June 27th, there was an amendment to essentially take us to the end of construction, and it was intended that things would go pretty smoothly. But we hit those bumps in the road. So, of course, they were just estimates at the time back in June when that amendment was developed. And so, in order to get us to the new finish line with these new issues, and yes, the plant opening date did slide a little bit, not much, and I do believe it will happen soon. And I'll stick to the subject matter of this item. But we are moving towards that direction. So again, this item is to compensate our construction management group to support the project through the very end. And I'm confident that this would be the final time we'll come forward with an amendment for West Yost. Again, the light is at the end of the tunnel, and we're here. So I don't know if I answered the question fully or if there's anything else you'd like me to answer, but I'm happy to do so.
Questions for Mr. Furman? All right. Anyone else wishing to speak in the public? Okay, we'll close public comment. Thank you, Mr. Furman.
Motion to approve 5D.
Second. Third. We have a motion and a second. Will you call the roll, please? Jeez, people.
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, passes 5-0. All right, final readings. We have a second and final reading of the ordinance amending the zoning map of the city of Turlock, California. And we'll open it to the public. Anyone know one? Did you want to go? You want to speak? Come on up. Is it your restaurant?
Yeah. Basically.
I kind of have it.
I'm here to answer basically any questions that you guys have. First of all, please allow me to say something. In the different projects, we obviously have to work with the different departments. And I always like to say in public, when I work with different departments, and even though we have our knockheads or whatever, because that's part of our job, it's always good to say thank you, okay? I'm gonna say thank you to police department, fire department, planning department, building department, engineer department, every single department, because no matter what's the difference that we have in the project, at the end of the day, the person person that is in front of us, try to helping us out to guide us through the final project. They're very, very, very kind with us. So we just want to say that in public, so you guys know, about everybody that is there, that is well represented. The other thing is that I'm going to mention is this project obviously have a history. Maybe you guys are aware about that. It was caught on fire, and we have to start all over, and it's been a little bit of a challenge. Part of the biggest challenge is to bring a good quality projects with a good level, if you allow me to express that way. I know it's a restaurant. Part of the things that I always encourage the owner of the restaurant, say, I want to have something good quality. Turlock deserve that. I mean, I don't want to have or express to the health department a regular menu from another, Mexican restaurant. I want to have something gourmet. I think that city of Turlock deserve that. And sometimes it's a challenge because it's a lot of numbers involved on that kind of decisions, okay? But I think we've been successful. It's been a challenge to keep that project for that long. Interest rates and everything is just completely a challenge. It's not easy to keep somebody that is investing that amount of money on such a project. So thank you guys for supporting this project, and any questions that you guys have, please feel free to ask.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, let's close the public comment and bring it back.
Motion to approve?
Second. Motion and a second. We call the roll, please.
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Pixel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, and it passes 5-0. Congratulations. Let's start eating. All right, now we have public hearing. This is for Guadalajara as an honorary name rider to the Fifth Street. Ms. Warner.
Good evening, Mayor Bublak and council members and members of the public. Tonight is a request from the Sikh Temple Committee regarding adding a secondary sign, or what's an honorary sign or rider to the Fifth Street signs in Turlock. It would be that 1 mile stretch of Fifth Street from Lander to Linwood. The rider would be a different color from our standard city signs. The street name would not change. Fifth Street would still remain the legal and local street name. The rider would be Gurdwara Street, and it would just be honorary. So the residents along Fifth Street would not have to change their address. It would not be identified in the city database for any reason to confuse any billing, so billing would still go to Fifth Street. Residents would not have to change documentation like insurance papers, assessments, anything like that. The cost of the signs would be solely borne on the Sikh Temple Committee. Approximately about $3,100. That would be the design and ordering of the signs. City staff would then, once they were received, would install those signs. Councilmember Abram did ask what an ongoing cost would be. I did reach out to Director Schultz. He said it would, if the sign had to be replaced, it would be the cost of replacement, which approximately $45 for each sign, and any staff time that would be involved in doing that. So at this point in time, the committee has not decided on the color or font, or if they're wanting to have an additional graphic on the sign. The signs would be similar to the University Way signs that you see along West Monte Vista. Not the big one, the big blue one, but more the, I believe they're yellow, they're Stan State's colors below the street sign, so they would be similar to that. Anyone has any questions?
Have we replaced any of the Stanislaus ones?
I think I will defer to Director Schultz if we've replaced any of the.
And that was what, 2007 or 8?
was around that time.
Any other questions for Ms. Warner?
How about any neighborhood input?
I have not heard anything from any of the neighbors. We did send out public notices to the 500 feet radius from Fifth Street, and I've not heard anything from any of the neighbors.
Other questions for Ms. Warner? Okay, we'll open it to the public. You must have come from the temple, yes? Did you want to speak? Come on up. It's okay.
A little sick. Thank you, Mayor, and thank council members. I'm coming on behalf of Harry. He's not here today. So all this is demand for a long time for all the members for coming to the Sikh temple. So it'd be really very appreciated if you guys say yes on it. So that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Dale, does the majority of the members of the Sikh temple support this?
Yes, almost 100% they support this, and they want for a long time. So finally, this on the table.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Thank you.
Good evening again. Okay, so, and I'm probably going to pronounce the name wrong, so my apologies in advance. So if I understand right, you want the city to approve
Temple.
Temple Street, okay, as an honorary name and rider to Fifth Street. My concern here is that you're opening Pandora's box. I looked on Wikipedia for the definition of the word. Means door to the guru, which is a place of assembly and worship for Sikhs. If you approve this, will the city be promoting a religious organization? Is this even legal, Mr. City Attorney? Could other organizations and businesses see this as a low-cost way to promote themselves? The reason why I ask this question is because, as our previous city attorney pointed out during the pride flag issue, that if the city says yes to one organization or community group, then you can't say no to other organizations and community groups. So like I said, I would like to hear from the city attorney concerning this. I'm concerned that it could open Turlock to lawsuits. Well, okay, you didn't get any responses from people, but a lot of times people don't even bother, okay? So I wonder what the rest of the residents of Fifth Street. And to be totally transparent, my grandparents used to live on that street, okay? This may seem to be a good idea, but I think it's a bad idea. I think in the current environment that we live in, doing something like this just opens Pandora's box, and I think we may regret it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
So again, Mary Jackson, I actually think this is a great idea. And I think it's very different. And I don't see the city council going out to put people's businesses on street signs. We don't have a stadium. That always drives me crazy when they change the name of it. SoFi Stadium, whatever, it's Levi Stadium, I think, in San Francisco now, or in Santa Clara, whatever. I think this is very different. I think the Sikh community has been a very strong partner with its neighbors. I have been to several festivals where they invite the community to come and to eat with them and to have fellowship with them. I also think they've been a part of both the 4th of July parade and the Christmas parade before in town. And so I think that this is something that is the right thing to do. And I don't think we're opening Pandora's box at all. Thank you. And everybody gets a piece of paper like this. They're probably like me, not like me, and put it on their refrigerator. to make sure it happens, because we were very excited. But I'm pretty sure that the proper legal notification was done, and so I think you should go ahead and vote for it.
No, honestly, on honorary name for Fifth Street, I do not see any legal issues regarding the establishment cost because honestly, I do not see any promotion of one religion to another. It's just an honorary street name because honestly, the Sikh community has been here for a long time. They've been supporting our community for many, many years, and some have even roots for Turlock for decades. And this is a really good way to pay them for doing a lot for Turlock. And honestly, it's not going to confuse people. Fifth Street will still be Fifth Street, but the Gurdwara Street is just a way, to honor the Sikh community for their contributions to the community. And to be honest, there's not going to be any legal issues regarding the establishment clause, so it is perfectly fine. And I do not see any trouble or anything of it. And the same thing with University Way, which is called Monte Vista Avenue. It's just like the nickname for Monte Vista Avenue. And still, 15 years later, it's still Monte Vista Avenue. But it's just a way that we pay homage to Stan State because they've been a part of the community for years. So honestly, it's not going to be an issue for Turlock. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, let's close the public comment. Mr. Petrilakis, did you have anything to say? 3 minutes.
3 minutes, yeah, okay. I think I'm not troubled by the name. I was trying to think of analogies. I mean, I think that it's interesting because it would be, it's the equivalent, my understanding would be the equivalent of Church Street or Temple Way, because it's not, it's kind of a generalized term like that. I think, it's not in English, right? I mean, I think, so that's interesting. So I was thinking I think church in Spanish, can somebody help me? Iglesia, right? It's ecclesia in Greek, so you don't have enough Greek Orthodox people here to have a church here, but, so it'd be the equivalent of, a church with a lot of non-English speakers asking for an honorary title on a street. So I think that's okay. Mr. Bridegroom raises an interesting question about, equating it to the, the flag issue, which is, are you creating, and it's a good question, are you creating a public forum for speech, right? So that is possible. And so that could lead to Pandora's box being opened up. If Pandora's box, in the research the staff did, I think we only found University Way as the only example. I can be corrected if there are other examples. That's the only one I saw. And so I think that like all good Pandora's boxes in local government, if it's opened, you would want to develop some sort of regulatory scheme. I did see in my research some other cities sort of set up a procedure to have an honorary street be named, and so that's the kind of procedure you would want to set up to I think address any First Amendment concerns. Those were in really big cities that I saw it, so I think that depends on the velocity of applications you get and whether it becomes if Pandora's box is truly open. So I'll stop there and answer any questions.
Questions?
I guess I have a question for Ms. Warner. When this request came up, were there other alternatives like directional signage or a plaque in somewhere more communal or a statue or something? Are there other options that would be fitting for the will of the organization?
The Sikh committee, the Sikh Temple Committee did not request any other alternatives other than just the honorary sign.
Any other questions? Okay. Comments?
Do we know, not that we're need to compare ourselves to any other communities, but is this something that is done in other communities? I'm a kind of a proponent of, you know, separating church and state, and I think to me this is a little bit of a close, well, in some ways too close for comfort, I guess. I mean, do we have any examples of any other cities that are doing something similar?
There are other cities there. The closest to us is Merced. City of Merced does have an honorary title of Veterans Way, I believe. There is, I believe, in San Jose, some of the research that we've done, Gurdwara Way, similar to what the Sikh temple here is asking for. In some of those instances, they've actually changed the street name from, you know, Street A to the actual street name. This is not the request of the Sikh temple. They're just asking for a rider or an additional street name. So the Fifth Street name would not be changed.
One more question to the idea of a process. Like, the process currently is request comes and then it's discussed here and decided? Correct. Mr. Petrolakis, what is some of the other procedural elements that could be added if this is a Pandora's box kind of thing?
I think it would be similar to, you know, there would be an application process, presumably certain for an honorary title. You know, you would probably have examples or requirements of when the honorary title would be bestowed. It would be that kind of process. You know, you could have the honorary street naming committee recommendation to the council. I'm sure that would be popular. And, you know, just that kind of common process in local government.
Comments?
I have comments. So, you know, I think when you compare getting a street sign writer and you compare that to hanging a flag over City Hall, I really think you're talking about apples and oranges, and I don't really think you can compare the two. I also don't believe this is a Pandora's box opening, and I'll tell you why. If you know anything about my Linwood corridor between Lander Avenue and Gulf, you will know that it is very densely, heavily populated with my beloved Sikh community. The Sikhs are a minority, but on the southwest quadrant of our town, they are very heavily populated in there. And as Mr. Dale said, our Sikh community almost 100% entirely supports this. If you've ever been in a Sikh person's house, you will know they will feed you and stuff you with food and drink until you cannot get any more. They are very accommodating people, folks, and I don't see why we can't accommodate them on this request. The last thing I will say is we have one temple in this town. We have a lot of churches. We have non-denominational churches. We have Catholic churches. We have Pentecostal
58
churches, 58 to be exact. Turlock has more churches per capita than any other city in the nation, or at least at one time we did. There's only one temple, Gurdwara, and that's it. So I'll make a motion to approve.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel?
No.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bubak?
Yes, it passes 4-1. Thank you, and good luck. Let us know when you put them up, or they have them put up. Item B is an introduction and first reading of an ordinance and specific to park hours, and I believe Mr. Schultz, Director Schultz is on it.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and citizens. This is an introduction and the first reading for an ordinance amending Turlock Municipal Code, Title 10, Chapter 1, Section 11, and Section 14R related to park hours and camping by youth organizations in public parks. We'll start with 10-1-11. It states, "The director or his or her designee may permit overnight camping by youth organizations for persons 15 years of age and under and their chaperones in conjunction with special event permit." This is something that I haven't seen in my career where we've had anybody come forward and make this request. And we're asking, in order to ensure consistency with the Turlock Municipal Code, staff recommends removing this section concurrent with the recommended change in the park hours. Now we'll move down to the second amendment, which is park hours. Currently, our Turlock Municipal Code states in 10-1-14R, "No person shall be, remain, stay, or loiter in any public park between the hours of dusk and 7 a.m. the following day." Staff recommend amending the Turlock Municipal Code to state, "No person shall be, remain, stay, or loiter in any public park between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Adjusting the time will allow residents more opportunities to use the park and be less challenging for enforcement of our Turlock Municipal Code when needed. The 10 p.m. time coincides with the lighting hours of our Crane Park tennis courts, which has been longstanding. I'll be happy to answer questions on this item.
Questions for Director?
Question. How many permits have we had in recent years for the camping in the parks?
None to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I have a question, it might be more for Chief Hedden, but, you know, having a rule is different than enforcing a rule, right? So can you explain a little bit about what the enforcement is gonna be like, and are we gonna be able to utilize, you know, CSOs or, you know, to be a little bit more innovative in how we can enforce this?
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more clear for us with a 10 p.m. Closing coinciding with the hours. There's many people that use the parks in the evening. They get off work 6, 7 o'clock. At dusk, that may be dark already. So it just makes it a little bit more clear. My direction to staff is that we are moving forward with enforcing the park hours. We've had a number of issues at the parks in terms of vandalism, broken sprinklers, whatever you can think of. Nothing good goes on in the park after 10, 11, midnight, especially in a dark park. But a lot of our residents are using the park, even with the dusk hours. It's something that we haven't been traditionally enforcing. You have pickleball players out there. Just because the courts are lit up, it's still dusk. So that would prevent them from being in the park or using the park. So this does coincide with the park lighting hours, and I think that it will be a little bit more clear and easier for us to enforce across the board.
And will the enforcement just come from citizens, you know, calling into the non-emergency line and the officers on patrol would be responsible for that? Or can we, you know, include other maybe non-sworn individuals to sort of help with the enforcement of that?
Yeah, currently at this point, our CSOs are not working that late in the evening. They are, and code enforcement, they are working a little later, and we do modify their schedules from time to time. We're still working on staffing up those positions and getting everyone trained. The patrol staff would love to have them working later to support them in that effort. But it'll generally be our patrol officers responding, driving by. They see somebody in the park, and they're going to educate them first. We'll start with education, and then as we need to, we may issue citations for those causing problems.
And one last question for both of you gentlemen. If there is an issue in the park, a maintenance issue, a vandalism issue, can you clarify for the public what they can do? Because I know, you know, it's hard to navigate our website, and I've had an issue in my neighborhood park, and it's hard to figure out who to call as a just regular old resident.
During non-work hours or in the evening, they would call the non-emergency line, and they would reach out to our on-call staff person who would go out and take care of whatever the issue was as far as the maintenance in the parks.
I'd say from a code enforcement standpoint, we use the online reporting. I use it all the time. Rather than to email them or call them and bug them, when I know that they have a list of things that they're doing every day, I use it. So I encourage people to go online. You can Google code enforcement complaint and submit complaints about really anything. If it's something to do with the parks or something the Parks Department's taking care of, they'll gladly email and get that taken care of.
Any other questions for the director or chief? All right, let's open it to the public. Anyone want to?
I think I would say me again. Okay. So thank you, Councilmember, for your questions, because I think a lot of us had those very same questions. And thank you for whoever's responsible for this, okay? I think this is good, this is needed. You know, I hate to be a complainer. I'm gonna go back to the August 2022 council meeting where Councilmember Moniz stated, and I quote, "The city attorney is aware we have some ordinance issues in our municipal code that need to be modified and changed. Ms. Costello, you are absolutely right. Our park rules are archaic, and I think you also said from the dinosaur age, and need to be updated because it becomes a magnet, if you will, and that is the last thing that you want." And end of quote. And that has definitely been the case. If you look at Central Park, I heard from someone who was at the, I forget what they called it. It was over the weekend that the Historical Museum had their thing, okay? And they took people, one of the stops was at Central Park, and the smell of urine was so powerful. It was bad. And then every time I drive by at night, which is not that often, but Denera Park, I always see, people, multiple groups of people camping in the park at night. So my question is, why did it take so long to be able to make this simple change, which could have helped an awful lot? Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll close the public comment and bring it back. Is there discussion? Motion to approve.
Second.
Can we have a motion and a second? Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes. Passes 5-0. I was like, what happened over there? Oh, too many are on. All right. And now we have the public hearing that was continued from yes, I'm sorry. State your, even though you declared earlier.
Even though I declared at the beginning. So this is the same conflict that's been running. I have a direct conflict of interest that is a financial conflict of interest because I own and operate Charity Thrift Store downtown on Main Street, which is directly within the jurisdiction of the PBID. Did I leave anything out?
7C and 8A.
Yes, it is for 7C and 8A. Anything else?
No, but he interrupted me. So anyway, this is the
Sorry.
public hearing that was continued from 9/26, the regular council meeting. So,
All right, the public hearing item before
fine,
you
it's
tonight
fine.
is an attempt to
Go ahead.
renew the downtown Turlock Property and Business Improvement District, approving the assessment formula, declaring the results of the ballots, and ordering the levying of the assessments. The downtown Turlock Property Business Improvement District is a benefit assessment district with the primary goal of providing improvements, maintenance, and activities which provide a special benefit to assessed parcels. This approach has been used successfully in other cities throughout the country to provide special benefits to property owners, namely increased sales, attraction of new tenants, increased occupancies, and specifically increased property values. The downtown Turlock Property and Business Improvement District property owners decided to pursue renewal of the downtown Turlock Property Business Improvement District in order to continue a revenue source devoted to providing special benefits to assessed property owners. If renewed, the DTPBID would generate approximately $213,957 in assessment revenue annually. Staff is available to answer questions, and also with us tonight from Turlock Downtown Property Owners Association is the Executive Director, Mr. Travis Regallo.
so just a point of clarification, Mr. Petrolakis, this isn't regarding if we're gonna pass it, this is about opening up the ballots, correct? So our discussion on this one is less about what they're gonna do with the money and more about whether or not people voted for it?
Yeah, it's whether the property owners have assessed themselves,
Correct.
right?
Okay,
yeah,
so for public comment's sake, I'm just trying to understand where we're at, because there's two items. 8A will be more dialogue.
Well, the 8A is about the agreement between the city and the organization, so I would say any comments about the assessment is fair game.
Okay.
And whatever's in the staff report, for the 7C item.
Excellent. All right, Kristen?
Can I just make one more clarifying question? So it's not only opening up the ballots for the assessment, but we as the legislative body that the assessment is within are voting to accept that and say that we will support that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Help me out, because my understanding was we're accepting whatever the vote was, not necessarily that we support it. Mr. Petrolakis?
Can I help with that?
Hang on one
Sure.
second.
Help away.
Are you deferring yours to him?
No, I'm looking for the resolution draft, which will tell you what the.
Ms. Jackson?
Which just
do
isn't
you
in
wanna?
my,
It's in the matter of.
yeah, I don't have it in my
We're
binder.
having a professional meeting here. If you want to have a conversation outside, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so the resolution, you renew the downtown district, you approve the assessment form while you declare the results of the majority protest proceedings and order the levy of the assessment. Now, that's kind of written, is assuming that the assessment passes, right?
Correct.
That the vote passes, so if it doesn't pass, we'll have to think about what the resolution might say, something else.
That's basically what you will be vote. This is what we talked about the last time I was here. That you guys would have another opportunity to approve the P bid. We were focusing mainly on opening up the ballots and the votes to allow the property owners to vote. Now we will count them, and you guys will vote to accept the count. So if the property owners vote yes, we decide we want to take it to council, and we want this assessment to go through, the council still has to accept it in order for us to enact it. It's kind of what takes us from being, any old nonprofit and taking membership dues to being an actual district. So you guys would basically accept it to become a district. So you guys will take a vote after this process to approve it. Hopefully that helps you, George.
Not really, but thank you.
No, I'm still like, okay, so we accept the ballots.
Yes.
We're not accepting it as whether or
So-
not we're in agreement in the second part.
Yeah, so remember, there's two parts of this, which is
Right.
the P-bid part of it, which is accepts us to form the district.
Sure.
And then there was a second part of it where we came to the table and we were trying to negotiate how the district interacts with the city, and that would be the 8A. So this is just on the district forming itself and becoming a district and the financial plans of the district assessment dollars. None of how the city interacts with any city funds or anything like that.
Okay. Do you have questions? Okay, let's, did you actually want to speak?
No, I was just
Okay.
coming to, in
No, I
case there was
appreciate
any
that.
questions
Yeah, yeah.
on what the district, because we did a presentation, some people might have
Right, right.
forgot the assessment part.
It's been a while, yeah. So it's open to the public, anyone wishing to speak regarding the ballots, and what we're gonna take a break and have them count in a moment, but I have to wait for you to decide. Okay, we will close the public hearing, and I will call a 10-minute recess or less for the clerk to count the ballots.
If anybody wants to watch, you're welcome to come up and watch.
we're gonna call this meeting back to order. I don't know if it was 10 minutes or not, but we'll wait. Okay. Now that the recess has been done, let's have our clerk report on the results of the election, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to report that 43 ballots were received for this item. 59.85% votes were cast in favor of renewing the district, and 40.15% votes were cast in opposition of the district. No majority protest exists, and the council may renew the district.
Okay. Do you have anything else to say? Do you have anything? No. All right. Travis, you want to speak?
I just want to speak on the process. You know, it's been a long process, a little bit longer than we actually wanted it to be, but I do think that we have come together with city staff. And I just want to remind people that this is assessment dollars, which is above and beyond tax dollars. These are property owners that are seeing the value in investing in their local community. And so it's very, you know, our board has worked very hard, property owners have worked very hard, city staff has worked pretty hard on this, and I'm excited to move forward in the next 10 years, hearing that the property owners voted to approve it. Hopefully you guys are willing to accept what is laid out here. I do think that there's a lot of potential progress here, and one of our main goals was, you know, we looked back at the last 25 years of this and said, okay, where was the ship sailing, and where did it get off of course, and how can we prevent that for the next 10 years, so that when we're looking back at it, we see all of the successes and how greatly this can benefit our community. So I'm very excited to be a part of this process and want to thank everyone that was involved.
Anyone else? Okay, well, close the public comment. Are there comments? I have some. So it's my understanding, we've closed the public comment, so it's kind of, I don't know what to do. I don't know, yeah. I have comments, I'm just confused a little bit here. This is the public funds, right? Whether we want to say our assessment is or isn't taxpayers' money, it is. So when I look at the norm of a 5%, that is not normal. So if it only goes up 2%, and we gave 5%, that's a gift of public funds, and that's inappropriate, right? So for me, I think, okay, maybe I could agree to a 2.5 for the city on our properties, because we're also looking at the fact that we may try and provide you other monies to do things that you're saying you're using for your assessment anyway. So that's where I'm struggling right now, because I believe that 5% was too much, and it's not a normal number. It's going to sway forward and backwards. The economy is a mess. So how do we tell the public we're giving more money than that, and then potentially, if it were to pass, give you even more money? That makes it a little bit hard for me to digest. Yes? Sure.
I guess I have a question in regard to that comment. The 5% annual increase in the assessment, that's something that is voted on by the board of directors?
Yeah, let's do it. I'm sorry. I don't know how to fix this.
Yes, yes.
And can I just
Absolutely.
add a little bit onto my question? In the last 10 years, how many times has it been raised 5% per year?
So in the last P bid, it was raised 5 times, and it was 2.5%. That is our normal rate that we go up to. It was requested from city to put in the verbiage up to 5%. It is not. That does not mean that it would go up 5% every year. It is up to 5%. So the TDPOA board does vote on it, and it of course merit with all of the property owners in mind, being that the city of Turlock would be a property owner, a substantial property owning holder in our district. You guys would have a voice, and you guys do normally regularly attend our meetings, and they are open to the public if anyone ever wanted to attend, to give input on those. So obviously we want to make sure that that with the assessment funds that we're doing progressive things. We're doing the most, beneficial things for our community. And if property owners feel that we're not doing beneficial, then we want that stated at our meetings so that we can make sure it's positive. Hopefully that addresses the 5% part of it, that it's up to 5%. So theoretically, it could be 0.5%, it could be 2.5%. That is something that could be discussed. And then it is voted on by property owners on an annual basis when we set our next year's budget every year. So that is something that can be varied. Am I missing a part of that question?
Okay, I'm confused. Now you've convoluted the whole thing by saying the board votes for the 5%, but now you're saying the property owners vote for the 5%. And it's not really clear in the P-bid, so
Yeah.
who votes for the 5%?
The TDPOA board, which is consistent of property owners. That's what. So the TDPOA
It's
stands
the
for Turlock
board.
Downtown Property
I
Owners
understand what it
Association.
means, but you're saying that the board of directors,
The board.
not
of
the entirety of
Not
the
the. Yeah,
property
it does not
owners.
go out for a vote again. No.
Okay, thank you.
And we don't have a vote on that.
Yeah. The
Board
you
of
guys.
directors?
The board of directors would. You guys own property, so theoretically you could assign someone to be on our board if you wanted to.
And again, we're talking about just increases that all property owners, not just what the city's giving.
Yes, we cannot break it. We can't be partial. It would be all as a whole. If it goes for one, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. All of across the board. So, so it would include everyone. Yeah.
I guess that's where my hangup is, because I'm guessing I'm probably the variable here. And whereas a taxpayer who has a business or owns the property can increase their own tax, they can do that. We can't gift the monies away, especially when our vote wouldn't matter out of a percentage, right? I'm just trying to be the advocate for the people right now. So then you're going to ask us for money, which we expect, right? For other things and even in the next item. So that assessment, we're gonna tax ourselves twice in some ways, right?
So, well, let me just clarify just a little bit. The increase is more of like a cost of living or index. It is so that we can maintain, because we're going off of a centage a cent price per square foot. It's not like a sales tax rate where it's a percentage. If the economy does $30 million, you get the same percentage, and if it does $2 million, you get the same percentage. We don't have a way to justify that or to measure that, so we go off of square footage, and then if the value of the dollar drops, we're able to adjust to meet what we promised to do in our P-bid, the maintenance budget. So it's about taking care of the infrastructure that is promised in the P-bid, and that's all we want to take care of there with these assessments. So that allows us to stay within par. We're not going to do a 5% increase if for whatever reason the dollar goes the opposite way or vice versa. So
I have a question on the assessment itself. So the county collects it. Does the county charge the city of Turlock for the collection of the fee, of the assessments?
Not to my knowledge.
So there's a small admin fee. So do we pass that on to the,
It gets netted out.
okay.
I would like to make a comment just over the issue of the city's assessment on the properties that the city owns. There's 4 properties, and our current assessment level would be $16,000 a year out of an annual budget for this P-bid of $213,000. So I think that having this P-bid, is a public benefit for the entirety of downtown, for everyone who comes to downtown, and this is City Hall's neighborhood, and so I think we are missing the forest for the trees here if $16,000, 5% over 10 years, is going to make this all fall apart.
Well, again, if we're looking for a compromise, and I suspect that I'm probably your compromise, perhaps we need to try a different dialogue here. I'm telling you, it's not the 16,000 per se. It is the fact that in the next item, we're gonna talk about more money. So it is a combination of all the monies that I'm trying to say, okay, for the elected person for the whole city, how do I look at this and try and be fair? Yes, downtown's important. If we're gonna invest in it, how do we invest in it and not overdo? That's where I have my concern. And so we can just go, no, yes, yes, no, or something, if that's where your compromise is. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to show you where my sticking points are.
Totally fair. I just heard that we can't offer 5% to, 5% to some property owners and a different percentage to someone else. So I don't understand where we can compromise on this. I would love to hear what we can do.
Well, it said up to 5%. What if we just say to him, up to 2.5%? Come on up, Travis.
So it's kind of in a complicated state where the everything has already been publicized. It would reset the process.
No, it wouldn't.
It wouldn't. You.
No,
Yeah, okay.
I'll read the code section for you. At the conclusion of the public hearing to establish the district, the city council may adopt, revise, change, reduce, or modify the proposed assessment, and also the type of improvements. It's pretty broad language, right? Now, it does say proposed assessments may only be revised by reducing any or all of them. That's kind of, I don't even know what that means,
Yeah.
right?
I mean,
But you could, so let me take a shot at this. I think if I understand the concerns, the council under Street and Highway Code 36624 has that broad authority to modify the assessment. So I think that normally what you would see, and I remember I come at this from a land use development perspective, because that's what I do mostly, but normally you would have kind of a maximum of 5% like it is, or linked to an inflation index, and depending, you could take the higher of those or the lower of those. In this case, you would have to take the lower of them because you can't raise the assessment tonight. You can only lower it. If you tried to go above the 5%, that's when you'd have to go out for a vote. Now, you don't want to, excuse me for a second. You don't want to create a situation where increases have to be put out for, again, a property owner's vote all over again. So you want to build in some flexibility there. I think that kind of compromise with the index. I don't think property owners that are paying this, if inflation really hits and it goes above the 5%, everybody, for a sustained amount of years, everybody's going to have bigger problems than paying this assessment,
Amen.
right? So I think it being capped at 5% was probably an important protection for owners of property to vote for it. So that's one part of it in terms of what you can do on this item. And I understand the mayor's concern about this translating into a gift of public funds. I think in 8A, we just had a feeling, so on the contract part of it, it's in a form approved by the city attorney, right? And so I think based on the concerns, we can build language into the agreement probably to address this. I don't know, I can't write it right now on the fly, but I think that in 8A, that would be, we could do that and kind of address the concern of the, that concern. So let me stop there and I'll answer any questions.
I just want to clarify on behalf of the property owners, as long as George is willing to say that it's okay, he's the attorney, I promise you there's no property owner out here that is going to say, yeah, let me pay less on my assessment, so, or that, that's going to fuss about paying less on their assessment. So if the board wants to drop it to 2.5%, that is acceptable on our end as long as he says that it's acceptable.
Do you want to take 5 minutes and send out a text to your people?
We're governed by the Brown Act, so we can't.
Okay,
Yeah.
good point.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so that was my solution. Where are you at now?
I move to approve the P bid with a maximum of 2.5% increase year over year, if that's clear enough.
I'll second that.
Yeah, okay.
Do we have any comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Will you call the roll, please?
I'm sorry, who was the second?
It was Councilmember Bixel.
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco?
No.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, it passes with a 3-1. Now we move on to item 8A. It gets a little dicey here. This is the business service agreement, and what do you got there, Director Sims?
All right, the item before you tonight is asking council to authorize the city manager to enter into a downtown Turlock Property and Business Improvement District Services Agreement in a form of approved by the city attorney between the city of Turlock and the Turlock Downtown Property Owners Association, the TDPOA. The current agreement between the city of Turlock and the Turlock Downtown Property Owners Association expires at the end of 2023. If approved, the renewed Downtown Turlock Property Business Improvement District Agreement will have a 10-year life. The services agreement would have a 3-year initial term with options to renew in year 3 and 6. Approval of the services agreement will commence a chain of events that will lead to significant fiscal impacts to the city, which are described in Section 5 of this report and Exhibit A to the proposed services agreement entitled Scope of Services. Staff is available to answer questions. And also, again, we have the director of the TDPOA, Mr. Travis Regalo, with us tonight.
Okay, questions for the director?
Yes, I have a question. So the assessment was just formed and just approved by the council. This agreement has to happen in order for this process to continue, and what happens if it doesn't tonight?
I'm going to defer to my buddy George.
Pass the book.
I'm gonna make you actually break glass next time, in case of emergency. Well, really, yeah, listen, once you're really at the resolution of intention to renew, the parties are married to each other, okay? And so this gives me the opportunity to answer the question I want to answer, and hopefully I'll answer Councilmember Abrams at the same time. So the way it's set up, once a owners association is identified, that is the body that the council enters into a contract with. So I wasn't part of the early negotiations. I think it actually was a good idea to do the 3-year term with the renewals, but it's kind of an unusual situation where that's the way the contract is, but really the parties get to I don't even know if I can say married, are joined together in this process, for the duration. So I think the 3 years is a nice time to review the agreements, but that's how that works. And so it is, the current agreement, I believe it doesn't expire till the end of the year, if I've got that right. So we have, that's why I'm less concerned about this, in terms of getting it done. And so and the last thing, and Councilmember Abram, tell me if I didn't answer your question, but I did want to point out that really for the city's concerns, look at Exhibit A and especially item 3. Item 3 are our obligations. Now, I did this late, and I think you can't, we have this issue in local government law where we can't enter into a contract that creates debt, right? Each year, you guys have to appropriate funds for the part you're doing, right? So I've softened the language a little bit in the sense that although it's a contract, the intention here is, if the economy goes bust and you don't have the money to do these things, each year's council has an independent right to address that, because we can't contractually obligate the city in year 1 to do things in year 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's kind of an individual process each year. And so, that's how that part that's how that part goes.
Other questions? Let's go. Bring it on.
Okay. Did we ever get the letter from the Downtown Property Owners Association saying they were in good standing and all of the information we needed?
You know, I would say there were some different communications on that. So at the end of the day, they had actually convinced me along the way that they were an unincorporated association. And I was, the city attorney's office, all one of us was satisfied with that. But they chose to incorporate, so they provided us their Secretary of State, the articles they filed with the Secretary of State. And I think I think, I won't speak for them, but so Travis can, well, I will speak for you and then correct me if I'm wrong. Which is, I think the initial filing was done to the wrong state agency. So they've provided, I think, satisfactory evidence that they want to be a corporation. That provides a little glitch in like when the contract will be signed, because if they're gonna move to a corporation, we're gonna want them to have officers to sign the contract, not the incorporator. So all of that should be able to be handled, before New Year's.
Okay. Question for Travis. When are you guys gonna repair or fix your website? Because right now you're saying you're a 501c3, you're a 501c6, and that you don't take public funds, but you're asking us to give you public funds. It's very confusing and it's kind of, misleading, the
Absolutely.
public. So I'm just wondering when you're gonna.
I can fix that tomorrow.
Okay, there's also on, let's see, page 155, we're saying that, the city owns parcels assessed at $16,445.77 for the first year of operation, but we're only going to, fund 10,000 of that and hold the rest, as needed. I'm confused as to why we wouldn't be giving our whole assessment.
Where is that?
Page 155, item number 5. Yes, 155 of 340. It's actually gonna be,
In the 7A part, or in 7C?
it is, but I mean, it has to do
Okay,
with.
so it's in 7C.
It's in 7C,
But
but
it's part of
it's
it.
part of our obligation to the downtown property owners, and I'm just curious as to why we're not funding the whole thing. Excuse me. Isaac?
Director Marino's got an answer. What happened?
Isaac, I'm breaking glass.
Okay, calling a friend, yep.
So so you're reviewing the fiscal impact section, basically what you'll see is an appropriation normally heading there. So what you'll look at is the appropriation that's currently there during the budget process. But if you look at that last statement, it says staff will execute an administrative budget transfer to fund the remaining balance that is needed. So in other words, we'll look within our internal budget, do an administrative transfer to cover that remaining balance.
Okay, so that's Turlock's internal.
That's our internal accounting process.
We have 10,000 in our budget.
Yeah, so during the budget process, we
Okay.
only counted for 10. So
Okay.
because of the minuscule amount, we're gonna, I shouldn't say minuscule, but the amount, we're gonna shift internally and try to find those funds instead of trying to pull it out of reserve.
Okay, perfect, okay, that makes sense.
More questions?
Oh, yeah. County's gonna do that. Okay, and on page 184 of the agenda, it should be in the P-bid. 184, sorry, maybe it's 183. It's actually 183. There's two statements that seem to be conflicting. Does the city receive an in-kind contribution deduction for us providing free parking? Because one of the statements says that we get a benefit, and then the other one says that anyone that provides free parking gets a gets a deduction from their assessment. Thank you.
Are you asking
Yeah.
me or are you asking Anthony?
I'm asking whomever can answer the question.
I'm not, I don't have the full agenda in front of me, so I can't read the exact verbiage, but, I know that, we provide the services for the public parking lots, meaning the asphalt resealing, excuse me, the maintenance of the trees and upkeeping of all that, so that's our, what we apply to those assessments when they pay their funds.
This basically is saying that because you're providing free parking, that's a public benefit, and you will get a deduction from your assessment because you're providing a benefit to the
Yeah.
public. So I'm just wondering what our deduction would be. Or have we,
I'm not aware of that, the exact line that you're in there, so I would have to,
I don't think we've calculated that.
yeah.
okay, but we are gonna calculate it.
We will.
As part of the actual PBID, rules and why it's out there to begin with, the very first item in there is crime reduction, but there's nothing in the PBID or the budget for providing any kind of extra security. Why doesn't the Downtown Property Owners Association have any extra security? I mean, any of the other shopping centers that I deal with, they have extra security, and if that and when you came before, that was one of the biggest problems downtown, was people not feeling secure. So I'm wondering why it isn't in your budget to add extra security.
Well, originally when we came forth, we had a much bigger budget proposal. Security was a huge part of that budget proposal. The council gave us direction, or the proper way to say that, it got kind of kicked back when it was proposed, so we had to do budget cuts. So the full security part of it was one of the things that we had to cut out of there. It is something that is planned in the Clean and Safe program that we're trying to implement. Of course, a huge part of that in Clean and Safe program is Helping Hands Ministry to help keep it clean, and they help with the patrolling of some of the issues that we have downtown, and the needles and feces and other things that may be of public danger. So we are addressing that, and then in our program we have on a per year need, if we need to hire extra security during the holiday seasons or things like that, high potential crime reasons. So that is in plan, but it's in our Clean and Safe program that is listed in the
Right, and that's the $80,000 extra that the city of Turlock would be providing.
in the partnership of part of that, yes, it would be in that Clean and Safe program.
Okay, so, which leads me to my next question is, why wasn't that $80,000 added to your budget and then spread out over the assessments? Why is it up to the citizens of Turlock to provide this $80,000 for extra cleaning and extra security, when we don't do that for anybody else? So I'm wondering why you didn't add it into the assessments for everybody to participate in that $80,000.
Yeah, when we were going through the assessments, we had to prioritize what was the infrastructure, what we're aging out on in the 10-year period that we're going to be here, what is going to be the most effective and what we need to take care of. Of course, the safety part of it is a huge part, but if we don't have the infrastructure that's there to patrol, then it's kind of putting the carriage before the horse. So we had to go in order and be able to fund everything that we funded had to be fully funded, so that we weren't partially funding things. Of course, Clean and Safe or there is still outside money. So when we're talking about assessment dollars, this is what we're guaranteeing to make sure it's going to be taken care of with the assessment. That does not stop us from going and fundraising or partnering or contracting with the city or other private organizations. So those plans are still in place. We just have to find outside sources. So what you've seen in the proposed PBID is just what's guaranteed with the assessments. So we do still have a plan to address those. That was basically what the PBID says is what's your bare minimum budget and what's guaranteed to be taken care of.
Okay, so it wasn't important to add?
It's
this?
definitely important. It's definitely important. But like I said, when we cut it out of the PBID, we have to have fully funded programs and what our bare minimum budget is. So that's why the PBID is your bare minimum budget. The maintenance and infrastructure kind of comes first on that part, and then the just like you guys said on a year-to-year base, you have to be able to decide. So when we put things on the PBID, it cannot be adjusted. There's only a percentage that you can adjust what each fund gets, and it has to be done within the first year. So we're obligating ourselves for the next 10 years on things. So we have to put what makes the most sense to obligate for the next 10 years in categories, and then on a year-to-year basis decide where we're going to grab outside funding or partnerships, or be more creative on those other programs to get them fully funded.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question. So you look up business improvement districts in California, and it specifically talks about like business district, and it says PBID, and it basically says that the property and business improvement districts are there, like you're getting your assessment for everything that you're asking money for from us. So it's including cleaning the public right-of-ways, sidewalk and gutter maintenance, trash removal, security services, parking or transportation-related services, economic development, special lighting. I can go on.
Yeah.
But, so I'm just, again, I have a little bit of level, like I want to talk to y'all, but it's duplication of payment for the city to give you the assessment to go towards that, and then to give more money for that. So if you find new ways to title the monies that we give you, that would be helpful for me, because I just don't want the public to see duplication when the rest of the other businesses that we have in their corridors they're not getting even one part of it. You're gonna get dual if we were to vote for this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm struggling with that part.
Absolutely, and I just want to remind you that our meetings are public. I would strongly encourage your guys' participation. The last year, we've been discussing where our funds have been, and I've reached out several times to try to get you guys to the table to discuss what type of things we might want to do. So we definitely want to encourage you guys' participations, because it's only going to get better if we work together and we come together and we talk about what needs to be addressed and accomplished. One of the things I want to remind, PBIDs are definitely a city-by-city basis. They have a lot of common goals, but each city has different obstacles and abstracts. One thing that we have with the PBID is when we were formed, we were governed by the, I forget what's the name of the group that the beautification group, where they gave us guidelines and codes, and we had to have these brick sidewalks and certain trees, these expensive trees. Now that stuff, that was stuff that was decided for us. We didn't have we had input, but it was something that was just pushed on us by the city. Now those costs are what is drowning our organization. The tree costs alone are more than our current assessment brings in. So it is that's one of the things that leads into this particular, that might make us different from other PBIDs. The other thing that happens is with our district compared to other districts in Turlock is that we are heavily affected by community events. This is where the homecoming parade is. All the events come to our downtown, which is what we want. We love. That's what makes a great town, is having community events come together. It takes some city participation in those. The other thing that's a little different than us, and some other downtowns do feel this, is that all of the public services, all the public benefits are in our district. Most of them are 1 or 2 blocks off of the main street, which is something that's a little different than a lot of other PBIDs. Normally, the public services are not right in their districts. So that is something that we come to. It makes us a little bit different, where we need a little more help, because we do have heavy vandalism, things that or issues that we're asking for help with that get, I don't want to say forced upon us, but that are side effects of other programs that we're trying to do better in the city. So in the grand picture, if we're all heading in the same direction, we want to take all elements of our ship. So I hope that helps justify.
It helps justify. It's just now for me to vote at this point, where my struggle is, again, is that we're talking about what you're supposed to provide in a PBID, and what you're asking for additional monies from us are the same thing, right? That's where how can I duplicate the monies that the city gives you for the same thing. That's where I can't agree to it. We gotta find some
Yeah.
other way to figure this out.
Yes, once again, I want to just point back, the main funding that we're asking for, that's listed is the help with tree pruning, which was, once again, was something that the city was
Yeah.
pushed onto us.
Right,
So
absolutely.
I think that makes sense. I think that's justifiable
Yeah,
there.
But it's
And
all the maintenance things, right?
what
That's-
what else
that's-
is listed there that you wanted to go over?
Well,
Am I-
maintenance, safety, everything I read off before, where it talks about, let me start over, cleaning public right-of-way, sidewalk and gutter maintenance, trash removal, security services. These are all the things that P-bids are supposed to do with their assessment.
Yeah.
So, understanding, I just voted for the other part,
Yeah.
right? So I'm trying to have this dialogue with you. If those are the things that you're supposed to do with your assessment monies, how do we give you additional money for
Yes.
maintenance?
This is another thing that makes P-bids, they're cookie cutter, but they're unique for each city situation, that they're meant to enhance. The main goal is to enhance services. When the P-bid first came into operation, the city of Turlock was already providing those services. So city of Turlock was already dumping trash and providing those services. In fact, the city of Turlock was taking care of the trees that were originally here. You guys had a great team that came in. I don't know if DJ Franson is here, but that was one of the teams he was on, where he would go out and cut trees and prune. So those are services that historically the city of Turlock had always taken care of. And though I know it looks confusing 25 years later, that it might be a little confusing, because it looks like, hey, why are we double dipping? But you got to remember that there's a history that leads up to this point, and so all those decisions go back and forth on. Some of those things were things that the city of Turlock was providing before we became a district, and we were trying to enhance those.
Let me understand, if the P-bid isn't, say we decide, no, we're not gonna fund it, right?
Yeah.
Or the P-bid goes away.
Yeah.
The city is still responsible for maintaining streets, maintaining trees, maintaining lighting, maintaining all of that, right?
Yes, the way it is currently, but a lot of cities have, trees is an iffy subject, because a lot of cities have passed the trees on to property owners. But I believe, to my knowledge, the way that it's written in Turlock is that it would still go, unless there wasn't a vote on it, it would go back to, but that was my understanding.
Is it my understanding that the P-bid can contract with outside services probably less expensively than the city can?
That's a very iffy subject that I would not like to dance around, but yes, we are able to put out for bid and get more competitive bids.
So you're not
generally than-
bound by prevailing wage?
We are not bound by we are not bound by prevailing wage.
We pass on the responsibility to them on prevailing wage.
Yeah, that's why it's a
We're not
very.
gonna we're not gonna represent that.
Thank you.
Because anyway, I'll stop there.
Yeah.
So part of this, at this point, we are being asked the city's asked to provide 20 hours a week of maintenance, right? And additionally, $50,000 annually for more maintenance, and $30,000 for the clean and safe. So my question is, Director Schultz, I think we are already providing 16 hours of maintenance? And if we couldn't come to an agreement about the P-bid, it is our intention that maintenance staff would still need to be working downtown? Yeah. Travis, could you explain a little bit about what the $30,000 for the clean and safe does that is maybe above and beyond what city staff is doing or is able to do?
Yes, Clean and Safe actually, since it's not fully implemented right now, we have been in a trial program with Helping Hands Ministry. We feel that we do get a great benefit for, it's one of our things, so when we have property and business improvement district, it's one of the tools that we're able to give to the businesses to take advantage of using Helping Hands Ministries for those calls that the city of Turlock doesn't necessarily provide services for. A lot of it being directly with the homeless or transient population, the issues that they arrive with. Now, the police department does a great job, especially since the chief has stepped into the position and focused a lot of efforts downtown. We are greatly appreciative of that. But there are areas where they're just not able to take care of, or they don't have the resources yet to take care of, that Helping Hands Ministry is able to work on a case by case. Feces cleanup is one of them that allows them to do needles, a lot of biohazards, things that we just don't have the resources for. They're able to do it at a lot more affordable cost. It's definitely a tool that we want to provide for our community. The other thing that they help amplify is our they help clean the streets. They have a streets team that they help clean the litter and the leaves and all that. So that does cut down on our costs, and it gives back to her organization, because she's trying to get these people, get her team to be proud of their community and look out for it and have self-worth. And so we feel it definitely, being that one of our number one issues is from the homeless and transient population, that we don't just want to complain about it, we want to provide solutions for it. And so it's a partnership between us that we are proud to have. Hopefully I didn't extend that answer out more than it needed to be. Okay.
Other questions? So for comments, we already opened it. We closed it and then we let Travis back in.
Oh.
Remember? No, this was this.
No, that was the last one.
Okay, let's open it to public. It was a long time.
I wasn't gonna talk, but I've just got to. I feel like we've been in negotiations with the city for city managers for a long time. It was a long process. And I kind of feel like everything's getting thrown back on us. This was what came out of negotiations. It wasn't necessarily our idea to set it up this way. I feel like that's happened a few times. But it does make sense if you look at it, 3-year contract. I mean, if we're not happy with you, we can, instead of having it all in the 10-year contract. Part of the one-time $30,000, I don't know if you guys are questioning that at all, but that's for the painting the poles. And that was something that was supposed to be done by the city already. So that part of it, don't take into it. But this isn't what we started with. This is what we ended with. In this, and I just kind of feel like sometimes it feels like this is all our responsibility. This came together with all of us, with city attorney, with everybody. So we all had some input in this. I don't know if that makes any sense, but.
So unfortunately, it wasn't the electeds that were negotiating, so, and a Brown Act couldn't happen, so they did what they thought was the best. But here we are making, sausage, so, and I don't even eat meat. Anybody else?
As a private citizen, I'd like to come up here on the list of things.
Do you have a new name?
Yeah, another hat. One thing, and you said so yourself, it was the city staff that came forward to negotiate, which we are entrusting that you guys are going to look out for the best for the tax dollars and where they're going. But you guys are also the ones who are putting your trust in the city staff to make sure that they're pointing it in the direction that is appropriate for the city of Turlock. And along with our property owners board, private citizens groups, everyone, I truly believe that the honest goal was to come together to the table and get the most value for the taxpayer's dollar, and for the citizen of Turlock, which is probably the most important. Not just what districts or whatever, but for the citizens of Turlock to have a community that they deserve, or that is the values are there, and the traditions that we have are upheld and kept, so that we have this great city. I truly believe that this is probably the best brokerage deal. It was a lose-lose and a win-win in the same, which as far as compromises go, if you really look at the details of this, or if you wanted to ask deeper questions about how we got to this point, I truly do feel like the citizens of Turlock are getting the most value out of this contract.
Anybody else?
I'm a tax-paying citizen, and I think this is a wonderful idea. I think the city should help the downtown. It is a central location in the city. It's the old city that I remember when our population was 5,000. And I remember it back to that point because I'm 78 years old and I was born here. There's been no objection to it, at least not to this extent in the past. I don't see why we have to have an objection this time. It's not a lot of money. I mean, we just spent $770,000 for some mess-ups in the water system. There's all kinds of mess-ups. I mean, this is something that's good for everybody. It's good for all Turlockers. It's good for the, you know, we haven't even talked about the markets and the things that are going on. I mean, there are several more markets in the downtown area. That's what people want. That's why people come to Turlock. Our sales tax, they're drawing people in. Even if they're not spending all their money in downtown, they're drawing people into Turlock, and that's what we want. So we're getting this from our Measure A funds too, because we're bringing more people to our city, and this is helping us get money. It's helping us get money, and that's what we need. So it's just an investment in our city, and we need this investment. It's not a burden. It's not like we're spending $770,000. It's not a burden. It's an investment. And that's what the people of Turlock would like to see. And I, as a taxpayer, do not live in downtown, but I certainly like this program, and I'd like to see this continue on. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm a little short. All right, so I think this is a good idea. I think, yeah, like he said, it's an investment in our downtown. I think our downtown is a very special part of our city, and it, you know, has lots of events, and it's just a fun place to walk around and just shop around and just explore. And I think this can only improve our community and our surrounding area.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll close the public comment. Come back for some dialogue here.
I, like Milt, pretty much grew up here my whole life and remember when, I think it was 9,000 people when I moved here. And downtown, I mean, has a long special place in my heart. And I think the investment that has been made through the years by the city, by private industry, we have an absolute jewel that needs to be polished. And it isn't a lot of money in the big scheme of things. And it is a source of pride. I mean, people talk about our downtown from lots of other places, right? People come here for our downtown. You know, it doesn't generate the sales tax that Target does. I get that. But every town's got a Target. Not every town has a downtown like Turlock. I am 100% in favor of supporting this.
Well, I'll just echo some of the points that were brought up already. I'm appreciative of the comments about that this was a negotiation. This was a compromise to figure out how we could work together on this, because I think it's important to kind of step back and remember that this is a partnership that's been going on for 25 years. And it's a group of small businesses that are coming together, that want to improve the community, that want to foster a sense of community and, you know, really keep downtown being the community center that it is. And they're asking for the city to see value in that. We have a $50+ million budget. We spend a lot of money on a lot of things that provide a public benefit. Parks, transportation. This is another one of those. Having a downtown that is the center for community events, that's the center for small businesses, that's where we all get to go to parades and see Christmas lights and things. There is inherent value in that. And, you know, Mayor Bublak, I hear you on we're making sausage here. So I want to see an agreement to be made, and I would like to know exactly what we need to change to make the sausage variety that we can all agree with.
Vegan?
Sounds terrible. Okay, you know, I grew up in Turlock too. I've been here my whole life. I've gone to the
39
parades. 40, how many?
39?
60. I used to cruise Main Street when I was a kid. I love downtown. But I don't represent, my district doesn't have not one business downtown. And I have talked to business owners in my district, and they would love to have the same opportunity that we would be offering to this. And if we did this for everybody, we'd go broke. I'm okay with the assessments. That's fine. I'm okay with the staff hours going up to 20 hours. That doesn't bother me at all. We said we would do the trees. We said we would do the light poles. I'm okay with both of those too. What I have a problem with is the $80,000 a year times 10 years. That's $800,000 that we're giving special to the downtown area that no other shopping center gets. You don't get it in disadvantaged Lander Avenue. They don't get anything. I'm sure that district would love to have some extra security, extra street cleaning, extra sidewalk cleaning, extra tree trimming, but we're not offering it to Lander. We don't have it in Monte Vista Crossings. We don't have it in Countryside. We don't have it in Folkerth. Gear Road, the Village Fresh, none of the other areas in the city get it. And they're taxpayers too. So I'm in charge of helping say what we can spend the taxpayers' money on. This is a gift of public funds. If we give them $800,000, it would have to be reworded in order to make that even palatable. But I'm okay with everything else except the $80,000 a year for 10 years.
So the 80,000, what was the specific verbiage? Okay.
And so $50,000 per the contract I'm reading on page 219 of our packet. $50,000 to the TDPOA for additional maintenance services within the downtown district. There's a little more verbiage that doesn't really specify more. And annual contribution of $30,000 to provide a quality of life / clean and safe program.
Okay, so let's try some semantics here. So in the police world, Chief, you're gonna have to help me because I can only remember a couple of the letters. SEPTED it's a creation of environmental policing tools, something. So basically that talks about security and beautifying and making sure things are set so that people don't find them wanting to commit crimes in that area. So that is one of the verbiages we might want to consider when we talk about like security or beautification or even just, business enhancement. We don't need to know who you're going to hire to do X, Y, and Z. Like I'd rather you not, be telling us, hey, I'm going to hire this, that, do what you need to do, right? We don't want to be a party to that. But I don't want us to tell the public that we're absolutely just going to duplicate our funding source and we're just going to hire, security and we're going to clean more. Because again, it goes to the fact that I am elected for the whole area and Vice Mayor's area is District 4. So we're not going to do any cleaning for that. We're going to, calls for service come and they'll respond to that. So if we can try and make it more understandable for the rest of the public who's not getting this, I think I can get myself there.
Can I help?
Sure.
Okay, so the only comparison that I would like you guys to change, maybe it's because we're comparing apples to oranges when we're comparing the downtown to Monte Vista Crossings. Monte Vista Crossings, or any of those. Monte Vista Crossings, Gear Road is full of shopping centers. Those are private business plans where the business plan is to build an area with a lot of stores and a lot of parking, and that they can increase, they get their revenue because they can charge a triple net lease because they're guaranteed a lot of foot traffic. Downtown is more of, it's revitalized grounds that was never meant to handle the amount of traffic that it has currently. All downtowns, that's why you lose some of them, is because they just kind of get swallowed up by the city. But it's a very important part of a good town is a downtown. I would compare it more to a park. It's a common space, common public space that's utilized by all of the city of Turlock. So if we can start comparing it more to a park than a private business, because I'm not talking about the property, the individual properties. I'm talking about the common space that we maintain between the buildings. That's public property that all of Turlock utilizes. So that I feel like is more comparable. You would spend, and I would argue that there's probably some parks here that you spend more than $80,000 a year on. So if you considered 7 blocks of Main Street and you compare that size park to a park of, I just feel like that's more of it.
It's less, like, I already made my vote on the first one, right? So 7C, I gave my commitment to, I'm trying to find something here. It's, to say that everybody comes down here is probably not true. To say everybody goes to every park, probably not true. So I'm not trying to say somebody's better than anybody. I'm just trying to say, let's try and refine how we're expending monies. You're gonna come back on several occasions throughout the year and ask for more money for something, which I expect. We're gonna, hey, we'd like to have another event. We would, right? Will you help us, Travis? So it's not us saying that we have some ill-gotten motive to do this. It's how do we make it make sense with the way we expend monies when we're not doing it for anybody else. That's all I'm trying to say to my colleagues to help me get there.
Well, I guess, Mayor Bublak, I need more clarity on what the acronym would mean and what dollar amount would need to be reflected for that.
Did you look it up, Chief? It's like creative environmental policing. One more time, sir. There you go. I had to pull that out.
So, okay, crime prevention through environmental design. So that's having infrastructure that makes it more or less palatable for people to do ill in a space, correct? What specifically do we need to put in this contract is what I'm getting at.
Right, and I'm trying to help us get a 4-0 here, right? So if the vice mayor is saying, I don't want to spend that money on policing and more cleaning the streets, right? So, okay, let's use it towards business enhancement and SEPTEP, where it's, even to the point of coming out, cops can go out and say, okay, your tree is coming down too low, the bush is here, and people can hide behind there, whatever the case may be. Those things bring the safety and the cleanliness, et cetera. Vice Mayor?
But it's not available to all of the businesses. And it is available to 0 of the businesses in my district. Okay. And that's where I'm having a problem is I understand that we need to have the assessments. That is not a question in my mind. The extra monies that they're wanting for, it's like we're triple dipping. We are already paying monies into the assessment to do this, and then we are paying again by having our people go out there and clean the streets and the trash, and then we're paying again to have someone else do it. So it's like we are triple dipping for the same thing. So I just can't I can't wrap my head around that.
I think you're a little confused on
No, I'm not confused, and it's my turn to speak. So that's my big thing is the 80,000. I am in agreement with everything else, and maybe coming down off that 80,000 would be okay, but that's $800,000 over the next 10 years, and that's more money than we would spend on any other district. So that's where my hangup is.
I would just like to point out, can I ask a clarifying question to Mr. Petrolakis regarding P-bids? Can any group of businesses elect to create their own P-bid?
Yes.
Okay, so we can't be comparing the businesses in one district to downtown because they have an opportunity to make a P-bid and have an agreement like this, just like everybody else does. And yes, 3 of us here are elected by only a portion of the city, but we make decisions that benefit the entirety of the city. And I do not feel like this I don't think that the downtown is, I think the downtown is going to suffer if we don't say that we are willing to partner with these small businesses that want to make the downtown more, more palatable, more attractive, cleaner, safer. So, Mayor, I'm interested in what this environmental design is, but we need to fund it. We need to have money behind that.
That's my point.
Yeah, so,
Right.
I mean, $80,000, does that sound good?
I'm good.
Are we talking about just changing the name to put a different title on what $80,000
In
is?
some ways, yes. In some ways, no. Because again, the vice mayor's not wrong. It's triple value that we're putting in. And I honestly, I hate to say it, but let's just do it. Have we checked with our unions? We're outsourcing a part of our job, right? Which we should check with them, but I don't know if Jesse did or did not do. So we're gonna pay somebody, we're gonna pay our people to do the job, then we're gonna outsource for them to hire somebody else to do the job as well, right? So I'm trying to make it palatable here without stepping on anybody's toes. And all I'm saying is, I'm not against the downtown. I'm saying let's try and find a way to do this that makes more sense. And that's where I'm throwing it out there. I threw out the last one with the 2%. Help me get us there.
I'm there.
Well, then let's just take a vote and go 2-2. I mean, I'm trying to work here.
Well, so what happens if we vote 2-2? Now, I mean, that's a fail. And where does this go from here, Mr. City Manager?
If you vote 2-2, then the issue's dead until it comes back at another time, if the council chooses to ask me to do that.
But you as a representative of the city in this contract would still have to go back and negotiate again something to bring forward to us, correct?
Assuming the council asked me to do that, yes. Otherwise, the issue would die.
Okay, and Mr. Petrolakis, you said we are, legally bound to the P-bid now, so we have to have some kind of agreement with them?
I think that's how the statute probably reads, but, but I think that's how it probably reads, yeah. Because you have to, I think that, I think you would have, again, hopefully the council would ask the manager to go, negotiate whatever, because I wasn't involved on the business side of the negotiations, but I think if we could spend a little time, I think we've isolated the issue. I think the major difference between the previous contract and this contract is the $80,000. Maybe because there was labor in the previous agreement, it was 16 hours then, maybe that's gone up or something. So in a way, it's not that much. So I would maybe encourage the council to kind of think of kind of the number they're willing to allocate towards these additional things, and then just describe the things in one big pot, right? We have two categories now. The additional maintenance services and a quality of life, clean, safe program. And then maybe if you added the environmental design to reduce crime, whatever the right acronym is for that, and just say the city's willing to consider these things, and probably, this is only going to be a good relationship, right, if the parties, kind of cooperate together. And so maybe part of the reluctance of the council is to just kind of hand over. You want me to blame you directly? Okay. Yeah, okay. It's like we're handing over money and maybe it's not as well defined as the kind of, I'm going to recommend more bureaucracy. It's really getting to be a habit, that maybe some sort of consultation process goes on, right, about what that additional city investment in the P-bid is going to go towards, right, or something. I don't know. It's just not,
I've quite, Mr. Wilson, how did the number $80,000 come to be?
It was a negotiated number.
Is that a number?
$30,000 was for the safe and clean communities.
Right.
$50,000 was for general purposes of the P-bid.
Would you say that both sides were somewhat disappointed with that number?
Yes.
Would you say that good negotiation, you end up with both people feeling like they had to give up something?
That's been my experience, yes.
So I'm of the opinion that we're asking the wrong questions. If we're trying to find a happy medium here and we're asking about what happens if we go to just call it an evening and not discuss it anymore and it fails, that's not where I'm at. And I don't know, Mr. Petrolakis, if you took a time out while we go on to another subject for a second, just pause on this, could you come up with some verbiage? You and Regan?
I doubt it.
Okay.
I think that.
Why are we paying him?
If the council isn't going to improve, if we're not ready to approve it, we have another meeting, the existing contract doesn't expire till the end of the year. I don't think it's that, based on what I've heard, I think that, I don't think it's that big a deal. I don't have my microphone on, but I talk real loud. So I don't, but I think it's maybe hard to, have a really elegant sausage produced tonight on this, so.
I guess I would ask then, Mayor, what is a number that would be tolerable for you? And I'm guessing Vice Mayor is 0.
No, not necessarily.
Okay, I guess not.
Again, for me, it's less about, it's the fact that we keep saying that we're gonna pay you 3 times for the same thing, right? That's where I just that just doesn't make sense to me. All along, it's about how does it look to the public, right? We're happy to help. We're happy to be a part of this, but could you use the money for something else?
You can always use the money for something else. I don't see public lining up telling us that we shouldn't do this.
I've had discussions with people in my district. So I represent
As have I.
people in my district. I represent businesses in my district, and they have a problem with this.
And I've even talked to people on Gear Road and Javi's on Monte Vista. The people aren't happy. Like, how can you help us, right? Well, call the police if something happens, right? I'm not trying to put apples and onions here, and I'm not making my sausage. But what I'm trying to say is, let's find another avenue where we're gonna fix the lights. We're gonna fix the trees. I don't want to know who you're hiring for your cleaning stuff. That's not us. We're paying it out of our budget. We don't even, that's an agreement that's already happened through our budget. Is that right, Isaac? We're already paying whatever % right now? No, to clean. We have staff that are already being paid. So that commitment's already done.
No, you're not cleaning downtown. Is that what you're asking? Because I just want to clarify. You're not cleaning, Are you asking if there's staff that's cleaning downtown?
I'm asking if we are paying staff to clean.
The only thing that they're doing is they dump the trash cans and then they take care of the parks, right? That's what that does matter. And I just wanted to because I get, we did all this negotiation and it's legitimate questions that you guys are asking because this is the exact back and forth that we had and this is the first time you're having it. So I have no hard feelings because it's all legitimate.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm saying the number that we came up with is very, very fair for all parties. And I hope that you guys will, if we need to take a break and do more research, I want you guys to be educated on your decision. But but as me and Reagan, because Regan thought the same thing about what the city services were doing in downtown, and we went through a breakdown, and there was a lot of lapse. So we sat down and we said, hey, we're going to do these programs and take care of these issues, and these are the funds and how it's going to happen, and this is how we're presented to council. You guys, of course, do your own research and figure out where it is. But yeah, the clean for cleaning. I know you said we're triple dipping. Clean staff right now is just the trash cans and the parks. And the hours get eaten up with the light pole maintenance, like the electrical and changing light bulb, that kind of stuff.
You have something?
Just a suggestion.
Sure. George, can you turn yours off? No, George is off. There you go.
That's all right.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Apologize.
Since part of the issue is that it looks like we're paying 3 times for something, why don't we subtract the $16,000 we're already paying in terms of our assessment out of the $80,000 so that the net number becomes $64,000.
I will move to approve that.
I don't know if you want to bring it to a motion yet. Sure.
I'll second it.
Call the roll. Now let's just clean up here, one by one.
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco?
No.
I'm sorry, Mayor Bublak?
No. I would make a motion that we go ahead and suspend it or send it back to negotiations with Regan and Travis and bring it back to the November meeting. We've already approved the assessment, so it's just clean up aisle. That's my motion.
I'm making a comment on that motion. I have a very hard time with that, considering we've spent a lot of time on this, and I'm just not interested in wasting more time to have further negotiations when it's not really clear where we're headed right now, so.
And piggybacking that, I mean, we're stuck on a number, it seems. I mean, you came up with a different number. I would again ask, what's the number to make it happen?
I'd like to see, how the $80,000 was formatted. I mean, we're just gonna give $80,000 on the assumption that there's a logical calculation of that? I mean, I have a problem with just handing over money for something and then, we don't know that it was spent on that. We don't know that more wasn't spent on it. We don't know that less wasn't spent on it. I don't like triple dipping, and I don't think it is the city of Turlock's responsibility to solely fund a cleanup effort and additional maintenance effort. I think that this should have been put into the assessment, whether or not that needed to be redone. That's, not my duty to do. I think that $80,000 should have been spread out over all of the property owners because everybody in that district benefits from those services. And so if we don't have, why is the city of Turlock responsible for $80,000? It should be the entirety of the property owners in that area, not just the city of Turlock. I am okay with everything else except that $80,000.
No second.
I'll second it.
Call the roll.
Councilmember Abram?
No.
Councilmember Bixel?
No.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, so we're back to no, yes.
So I think there's a lot of conflicting information here. Vice Mayor Franco is saying her number is not zero, but $80,000 is not the right number. And she wants to see where the money's gonna go. And Mayor Bublak, I'm hearing from you that you don't wanna hear exactly what vendor they're going to use and this and that. So I would really love to find a compromise here, but I don't know if suggesting an itemized bill, an itemized budget of this is going to make sense, or what, give me a number. What is the number that will work?
Would you guys be interested in hearing a breakdown of how we got to that number?
Sure.
Just for quick numbers, when you guys sent us back and you guys said, the city council said, that we would want to take on doing the services because you guys thought that we could do it in-house. You guys already had people that did trees and all that stuff. We sat down, we said, okay, that's a comparable deal. You guys will take care of these items. And we said, okay, this is where we're at. And the scale was very heavily on the taxpayers' side. And we said, okay, that's fair. We'll take it, but that's not fair to the taxpayer. So let's come to the table and make more sense of this. Just for example, do you remember the number that you guys were quoted from your tree guy for just doing the trees?
Well, and Eric, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but if we did all the trees, it would be about $300,000.
Yes. Every 4 years, is that what it was? Every 3 years. Each tree would get hit on the fourth year. That was something that was approved by council. That's why we went back and got to this number. Our number was significantly cheaper, as you can can see, with what we're asking, which was where that $50,000 came from. There was another direction. Now, all these decisions were decided through direction that we were given by council based off of when we've been here. So that's how we got to this point we are here. That's why we feel it's a very fair deal for everyone involved. The additional $30,000 was a separate program for that was helping another nonprofit that was asked very clearly from a council member who said, "I want to see a deal with this program in it. Don't bring it back unless it has this deal." So that's what we did. So that's where it adds up to 80,000. If there's a program that you guys would like to cut, or you guys would like to take on cleaning the trees and stuff in house, that can be discussed again. Like they said, we have gone to the table several times, and I truly do believe this is a very fair deal for the taxpayer. But I get why you question, because you have obligations and taxpayer voters to answer to.
And again, this is the first time we're seeing it, just, from Friday, so.
I just want you to feel confident that we tried with the taxpayer in mind to get the best deal for Turlock.
I don't think anybody's trying to get something over on anybody. I think it's just a comfort zone for each of us, and we're gonna sit here in 2, and at some point, we need to just poop or get off the pot.
Can I ask a question with regard to concerns about how money has been spent? I mean, obviously, there's an accounting that goes on every year, correct?
Yes, so we report back to council every year on our annual reports.
Okay.
And last year, Director Marino, what was our contribution last year to downtown property owners? 150 comes to mind.
I think the previous services were quoted just over 100 from just the labor component that the city was providing.
Okay.
Just another caveat to what you're discussing, within the agreement, it does stipulate they're gonna have to show support on exactly what they spent that money on too as well. That is in
Okay.
the agreement.
Because that's what we require of anyone, even someone that's getting a
Correct.
$2,000
Anybody who we're giving funds for
contribution,
anything,
they
they're
have to
gonna have to
bring
justify
back.
what that money is so that we can substantiate to the public how that money's being spent. We just don't give out money like that. It has to be justified.
Okay. Well, we had already said that trees, were ours to do. We already agreed in previous P-bids that we were responsible for the trees. And even at $300,000 with the city's money, I'm still okay with that. It's $300,000 for the trees, so that's 300 of the 800,000. I disagree that the city of Turlock should be responsible for the $30,000 extra for the clean and safe when it's only going for cleaning, and we're not the only property owner downtown. We should pay a percentage of that, but not the whole thing. So I'm okay with the $300,000, which would be $30,000, $30,000 a year. I guess split the baby, so $40,000 a year would be something I could do.
Sure.
I just don't want to
We're
break.
kind of messing
I know.
up.
I don't want to, and I'm bad at that too. So, it is the tree maintenance request was $50,000, and that is because it is done. Each tree was hit. I got to go back to look at what it was. It was every fourth year. For some reason, I was thinking there was every third year, but let's say it's every fourth year. So that would be 2.5 times in the 10-year contract. So you're saying $800,000 would be 80,000 times 10, but $600 to $700,000 of that would have been from the trees, city costs, because you would have done it 2.5 times. So.
Well, like I say, $40,000 is what I'm willing to settle on.
For
Instead of the $80,000 per year, $40,000 per year.
specifically for what?
For a combination of the annual contribution and the quality of life.
Got a motion?
It's just discussion at this point.
Okay.
I'd like to understand how we could include what the mayor is saying about the environmental design. Would that have an additional cost to it, or is that just more of a consulting kind of offer?
Well, in the near future is my hope. Director Sims and I are kind of working through with Fusus what happened, and try and find some way to get cameras for downtown out externally, so that we can make sure that we're helping the businesses with the crime that they're saying is, is their problem. They're scared for the safety. So if we were able to do the P-bid corners and cover that, that would be an additional cost elsewhere that I would really like to look into, because security is the most important thing in anybody's life. All right, you got a motion?
I'll motion that we approve the P-bid with the deduction or reduction of the annual contribution and the, of 50,000 towards additional maintenance, and the annual contribution of 30,000 towards quality of life, clean and safe program, to 40,000 combined.
Mr. City Manager?
I'm sure that Travis and I can make that number work, if that's the will of the council.
We have to sit down and, I have more to answer, but I will definitely try my hardest to,
I mean, there's gonna be other things that come up.
Right, yeah.
We already know
Right.
that. Like, it's not a stagnant life. Okay, I'll second it. Call the roll. Whoa.
So are we,
He awoke.
so is the motion to approve the agreement with those numbers, or do you want us to come back with an agreement with those numbers with some supporting information that's clear?
Well, on page 205, you have your total city cost for the P-bid agreement from year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 through 10. And in there, each year, you'll see the 50,000 and the 30,000. And again, I had already said I was okay with everything else except those two numbers. Those two numbers together being 80,000. Those two numbers now, I would like to reduce to 40,000. As a combination. You can split it any way you want to.
In a form approved by the city attorney.
In a form approved by the city
Wow.
attorney.
Got some cleanup here.
Any other,
Well, I like I mean, I like where we're headed. I feel a little bit like, I mean, I'm gonna guess that the Downtown Property Owners Association felt like they were negotiating in good faith with Mr. Wilson when they came up with those numbers. I imagine they're gonna feel a little bit slighted by this, but it's better than nothing.
and it still comes back to the fact that, no disrespect to our employees, but we're elected and we have representation. So if it's the first time we're actually able to have this conversation publicly, then that's where we're at. And I would think that the Downtown Association should be happy that we squoze this out to get where we're at, because it wasn't pretty. All right, we have a motion and a second, and Mr. Wilson has something to say.
I'm just gonna note that we negotiated in good faith, but the will of the council is always paramount in terms of how this deal goes forward.
Before you call the roll, I'd like to just make one more comment, that I hope that if this passes, that when issues come up with downtown, that we remember that we sacrificed, we cut their ask in half. So when a community event, 4th of July parade, this, that, and the other comes, that we remember that, we have a partnership and we need to be supportive.
Kind of think that's what the assessment vote was, but call the roll, please.
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Pixel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes. Passes 4-0. Okay, bring Ms. Moniz back, please. Wow, that was a lot. That was a lot. All right, we got a playground to build. Right, Juan? We got a playground to build. No. Gain some weight,
Little
girl.
Caesars guy from like 10 years ago. The greatest sign puller ever, remember?
Wow. Are you gonna
That's
flip
what I'm
it?
gonna compare myself to.
You got
I
skills?
actually knew him. His name was Nick Bentley. He competed for Little Caesars. All right, Mayor, Council, something a little more palatable for you guys. So before you guys authorizing, so I'll read a little bit, try to make it quick. It's the item before you guys is authorizing the city manager to execute all documents associated with the purchase and installation of a playground and fitness equipment from Game Time of Spring Lake, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $366,000 and some change, without compliance to the formal bid process pursuant to TMC Section 2-7-08B5 for City Project Montana Park Phase 2 improvements, and amend the budget to include that amount, which includes the 5% contingency. So this started a couple months ago I had met with a representative from MRC with Game Time for a grant opportunity for the park. As you guys know, we were awarded Prop 68 funding, which provided $2.386 million for that project, but obviously prices have gone up a little bit, so we've also had a contribution on the way from Senator Alvarado Gil for the development of Montana Park. So instead of just settling with that, staff still did their due diligence and looked for other opportunities for other grants. This functions more of a discount, so we do have the opportunity to get $110,000 off of the purchase of the playground, which you can see from these
Anna.
boards. Thank you. Round of applause. So, and again, this park is gonna be our first one that has a wheelchair accessible to half the playground itself, versus our standard ADA kind of elements. It is gonna be our first park with the true fitness amenity and challenge course, which is kind of that American Ninja Style Warrior kind of course for children. So yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I know we're doing this a little bit backwards with the ordering because we are on a tight timeline. So I've discussed with our finance director, putting in the order with the payment versus receiving the product like we normally do. Because if we do it the other way around, then we only get about we get about a $90,000 discount versus the 110. So I'll be working with our purchasing and finance department tomorrow to overnight this so that we can get the max benefit for the community. So any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Questions?
Motion to approve.
No, that's not a question.
Questions, comments?
Public talk.
Gosh.
That's up in the back.
Right?
Right.
When can it be installed?
Right.
Next year.
Before or after Columbia?
Exact same
so, I mean, we're still in the design phase. I'm working with Randy, one of our engineers. So he gave me a number. He's about like 60-ish% done with the design. So once we get the project out to bid and back, he has an estimated 10-month completion time. So this time next year, probably.
All right. Not wait,
With that install?
I'm trying.
All right, let's
By
open it to
May
the
1.
public.
May 1.
Anyone wishing to speak on this item?
So wait, I'm a little fuzzy. It's $110,000 we're getting if we get it in by before it's built, or
No,
I just
so-
don't understand that part.
So so if you go to attachment B has the quote. So the total discounted, which is their grant amount, is $110,988.64. So rather than paying $428 plus tax and all that, we would be paying $348,000.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else? Okay, let's close the public comment. I'm sure there's a question that you wanted to ask, right? Or comment?
Saving money. Motion to approve.
Yeah, motion to second.
Motion to second?
She motioned. She stole my motion. I'll second.
Call the roll,
Please
please.
approve it.
It's getting late.
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel?
Can we talk about a different number? No.
Yes.
Ouch. Too soon, too soon.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, 5-0. Thank you, Juan. Good
Thank you
job.
all.
Get it done in less than 9. How's that?
You get a chance, hurry.
Right.
Yes, when you get a chance, hurry.
All right, Clean Water Ventures, and who are you? Identify yourself, sir.
Madam Mayor, if I
Yes.
can
Good
introduce
evening.
your new
I'm
Municipal
Chris
Services
Fisher.
Director,
He's introducing you.
Mr. Chris Fisher.
Wow,
Thank you.
welcome, Chris.
So the action before you tonight is to approve a memorandum of understanding that the city wishes to cooperate with Clean Water Ventures in the prospect of becoming a regional clean hydrogen energy provider for the valley. There's a lot of benefits to that should this become to fruition, including economic vitality, and then we will be one of the industry or the first 2 leaders of clean hydrogen generation in the valley, which is something that there's money available for, and really it sparked innovation.
Question.
So reading this MOU, this is all very in its infancy stage, right? Both are working with this company and what they are representing. Can you kind of outline anything about where we are in the process and where, if you know about where the business is in the process?
Well, the business it's a novel process that they're developed based on a 2008 paper that was written by the Department of Energy. So the idea is to capitalize on this and create what they call cogeneration plant, which there'll be multiple products that'll be saleable to the industry. Some of those will be managed and commercialized by Clean Energy or Clean Water Ventures, and some of those will be, and the city would receive benefits in the term of revenue in the form of taxes and a portion of the revenue.
And what are the next steps if this is approved? So like, what are you going to be working on to help us get all the unanswered questions answered?
It's a good question. Finalizing a scope. Where does this fit into the city? What can who can benefit from this, and how can we create a process or industry that benefits both the city and Clean Water Ventures? And then from there, vetting out all the questions and concerns we have, being a novel process, doing extra diligence to ensure that, that the city can accept, the terms, should we bring it forward to council.
And this again is a non-binding agreement. It's just a memorandum of understanding going forward, trying to see if we can work together.
Correct. It's non-binding, and its intent is to allow us to cooperate with them and fully vet out the process and the prospect of creating a regional clean energy center.
What, are we spending any money at this, other than, obviously, there's gonna be some staff time, right?
There's going to be some staff labor that is going to be involved in it, but at this point, we aren't intending on spending any money. If we do decide to do a feasibility study, we would certainly bring it before council.
City Manager Wilson.
I just wanted to note that we've been in conversations with this company for quite a while, and this is the fruition of a lot of conversation. But we also think because it's a new technology, and they're a relatively new company, that we wanted to start with an MOU and just work our way slowly into this relationship depending on where it goes.
Other questions? All right, open it to the public.
I've been attending council meetings for an awful long time, and I've never heard of anything like this. It's like, why is the city taking on all this responsibility? I mean, we didn't do this for the almond growers. We didn't do this for the milk producers. I mean, and we're going to provide these people land. And if you check this out, and I checked it out very carefully, this company is incorporated in Nevada, and they're located in Rhode Island. what they're talking about. We're talking about a 20-year period. Can you imagine if anyone's going to remember this in 20 years? I mean, where else, when have we ever done anything like this in the history of Turlock? A municipal services director, we have a lot of responsibility for you. This is not the kind of stuff we want you to waste your time on. We have water issues, sewer issues, regulation issues. This is not something, this is a technology, and you can look it up on the internet. I mean, even they describe it. It's described so irrationally. It's just gobbledygook. It's not, this is something that has never happened before. It's like we're not here to help private industry build something that they think they might be able to do. And, you know, if you heard the news recently, or actually what's happened, there's a grant program now that has $1 trillion in it. And you're going to get all kinds of scam artists. And I'm saying this honestly, you're going to get all kinds of scam artists who are going to come out and try to make money, try to get, just like what happened in the COVID issue. How many people, how much money was bilked out of the COVID funding? It went to no, I mean, you heard hundreds of thousands of dollars. And even some people got 200,000 or 300,000, 600,000. It can get a billion, well, a lot of money, $1 billion. I mean, $1 trillion is 1,000 billion. I mean, why is Turlock getting caught up in something like this? This has nothing to do with the city of Turlock. We don't have any interest in this. I mean, this is a program, I mean, this hasn't even been done yet. MIT came out with this. I just wonder, how did this come forward? I mean, who brought this up? How did this happen to come into existence? Who found out about this? Is this something, Mr. Wilson, you say it's been going on for a long time. Well, who was talking to you? What are these people offering you? Why did you want to get interested in this when it's not even something that's ever been done before? That's not the responsibility of Turlock. Let's take care of our downtown and not try to take care of some business in Rhode Island.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll close the public comment. Bring it back for some dialogue.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Abram?
No.
Councilmember Bixel?
No.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, it passes with 3-2. Thank you, Director, and welcome to your first meeting.
Thank you.
I know.
Should have put you first on the agenda, Big Valley Tech.
Holy smokes. You guys are up. All right, here we go. Director Sims, these guys have been waiting for you.
Good evening again. The item before you tonight is requesting council's approval for the city to enter into a memorandum of understanding with Bay Valley Tech to offer more tech-focused workforce development programs and opportunities within the city. There's no financial obligation from the city. We are simply sponsoring and may periodically provide letters of support as Bay Valley Tech requests. Bay Valley Tech often applies for workforce development grants and may request letters of support from their sponsors and industry partners. Again, no financial obligation from the city. This item is an excellent opportunity to align ourselves with innovative organization focused on workforce development initiatives within the tech industry. Bay Valley Tech is leading the Central Valley and region in preparing the future workforce for careers in tech and creates internship pathways with local businesses as well as other software and tech companies across the globe. This item tonight will bring further opportunities to Turlock residents and Turlock business. With us tonight is Bay Valley Tech President, Mr. Philip Lon, and Aaron Gunderson. They'll be providing a brief presentation.
Thank you for being, right?
All right. I hope you guys don't have anything else to do for the rest of the evening.
We're done.
'cause,
We made our sausage.
we
We're
have
good.
400 slides here.
Wow.
So,
We have a tin
Mayor, Council, thank you so much for your time.
Good for him.
Yeah, I actually just want to show you guys a few slides, but maybe a little bit of history. So this organization has been around for about 5 years, but the genesis actually happened in downtown Turlock. So a friend of mine was organizing some hackathons. I was running the digital marketing team at Gallo way back then, and he asked me to be a judge. for the event, and so there's about 20 competitors. So since then, or go ahead.
Was that over by the barber shop there on Broadway?
I don't know.
You don't know where
yeah,
you're at?
it's been so long ago, and that
think
was
I remember.
one of my first times I'd ever come to Turlock.
Well,
Even
welcome back.
though I've grown up in the Central Valley, didn't come to Turlock that often. So I just remember it was somewhere here in downtown. So since that event, we formed this organization, and today the Bay Valley Tech is training hundreds of people. We've gotten lots of folks into the local workforce and tech jobs. Who's still here used to be a truck driver, came and learned in the program, and now has helped teach other people. Aaron has a background as a paralegal as well. So we have lots of stories of folks that don't have tech backgrounds that are now working in tech. Gallows hired a ton of our students. And so since that's happened, since we started, we've been training now folks all across Northern California, from the Bay Area, Sacramento, Fresno, Merced, Stockton, and last year got a $5 million grant from the state of California to expand our internship program. We partner with Salvation Army. We have local corporate sponsors. We have partnerships with County Workforce Development, paid contracts with Turlock Adult School, County Office of Education. So we've been expanding and I think helping out more and more people. The reason we're here tonight discussing this non-binding MOU is because we were requested to focus a little more on Turlock and see what we could do to pay attention to Turlock as we expand, right? So we already are training people in Turlock, but could we organize more events as we bring employers into town? Could Turlock be maybe on our organization's radar a little more? So with that, maybe just a few slides here. Three folks that were students in our program that are working in industry now. Laura did not have a college degree when she came to us, is working at Tyler Technologies, one of the largest providers of software to the federal government now. They've signed a 10-year lease in downtown Modesto and are hiring lots of folks like her. Melinda landed a job in Walmart's tech division in the Bay Area, and she lives in Modesto and just is a 100% remote employee. So she's able to make Bay Area wages and bring it into the Central Valley for us, right? And Raul was a Stan State grad, is now working for Stanislaus Food Products. Going next one. Yeah, so here's an example of some of our students and all the companies that have hired them for jobs here. So the program is continuing to scale very, very quickly. Demographics that we're serving here. I think Latinos make up 40% of our state's population, but only 3% of tech workers in Silicon Valley. I spent 20 years living and working over there. And in our program, we've been able to be more inclusive, and 42% of our students are Latino. Many of our population come from households that make less than $40,000. So this training is a game changer for them. And so if you want to just maybe show the council some of the other things. These are some of the organizations that we partner with that support what we do, the work that we're doing. And then Oak Valley Community Bank, one of our corporate sponsors, that helps with this program. And then we support a lot of other tech community related events and organizations here in town, because it's very important that we are not just a training program, but that we're a tech community that is supportive of each other. So the training that we offer normally costs $15,000, $20,000. So we're able to offer it completely tuition free. The deal with our students is, though, that when they're doing well, that they volunteer in their local community, give back, or they come and volunteer with us as a teaching assistant. And so that actually makes them more employable, right? But, and it reinforces their knowledge and helps them to be able to give back to the community. So, yeah, this is our Salvation Army program that we partner with them in downtown Modesto. But, yeah, so again, I think the MOU tonight is about just, I guess, encouraging us as an organization to letting us know that, building a tech community here in Turlock is important to everyone here in the community, and that you guys want us to focus, a little bit more on Turlock. So, any questions at all?
How long's the classes to get certified or whatever?
7 months, part-time, so people can be working full-time, going to school full-time, part-time, and get through the program. We have a office in downtown Modesto, in Merced. We've got an office in Sacramento, but headquarters right now is in Modesto. But all of our training after COVID is 100% remote now. Yeah.
I have a question for Mr. Sims. What are we going to be doing? What are we expected to do? I mean, they're gonna give a lot of stuff. What's it gonna cost us?
It's no financial obligation, so we're just gonna be good partners with them, help them with events. Just keep pushing and let them know that we want services here to help our community.
So be a good partner,
Internships.
advertise.
That would be great if you have any departments or looking for
Interns.
you need anybody?
Yeah. He's salivating over there.
All right.
Having civil engineers.
Run.
So absolutely no costs involved on our
Just
part.
Anthony's staff time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's
it.
awesome.
Share marketing material, just push the word out.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's open it to the public. Anyone wishing to speak?
Just one more question.
sorry,
No,
missed that.
it's okay. Your students that complete the program, what's kind of the percentage that end up in careers in, a reasonable amount of time, and where are they being employed? Is it mostly Bay Area or here, or?
Go back to the vast majority of our students who are landing positions in the Central Valley. And even when they are hired by a Bay Area company, they're working remotely and living here in the Central Valley.
Okay.
This one?
Okay.
I hope that
Oh,
one's like the.
Okay, this one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that should address your question.
Any other questions? Okay, let's open it to the public. Anyone wishing to speak? Any of you guys that sat here all night, don't you want to say something? Come on up.
Okay, it's on. Okay, cool. So one thing that I was just thinking about sitting there that I didn't think about is I went to MJC for 2 years and then I transferred to UC San Diego. And part of the reason that I feel like I gravitate towards colleges outside of this area is because they had more tech opportunities. So one thing that Bay Valley Tech does is it opens up a lot of opportunities for college students who do want to go to Stanislaus, who do want to stay here. So that's one thing that I think would be really beneficial for just the student community. And then the other thing for who was the truck driver, a lot of these boot camps, if you were trying to change careers, you do have to pay a large amount of money to even see if you're interested in it. And it's like, do I want to spend $10,000 and then say, no, it's not for me? Not really, right? So I think one thing that Bay Valley Tech does is it shows you where you can go to learn all the things you need to learn to see if you're actually interested to continue your education besides, even if it doesn't help you find a job, which it does because it helps you network with everyone in your community. And a lot of times from what I learned from my professors is networking is a great way to actually find a position besides what you have on your resume. So those are some things that I feel like are why Bay Valley Tech is great.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, Wilson.
Anyone else? All right, I knew the pressure was on.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Chansa Chishimba, and I'm originally from Zambia. So 2 years ago, we moved into the Bay Area, into the Central Valley here. And when I came, I couldn't find a job. But I went online and looked for a place where I could maybe look for a job, and I found Bay Valley Tech. And from there, I was able to network with a number of my colleagues and at least just form some friendships. And of course, I was put in front of employers. And with that, I've been able to interview and of course, at least work on something so meaningful. And I'm just really grateful for the opportunity.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good job.
You want to tell us about the truck driving?
Oh yes, of course, I spend too much time on the computer screen, so maybe I can kind of summarize that. So I used to work for Walmart as a cashier. I worked, I think, about 4 or 5 years. I was in the Midwest, Kansas, Manhattan, Kansas. And after that, working so much, I got a master's degree, first of all, in software engineering.
Nice.
But when I came here, I could not find a job. With a master's degree in software engineering, I could not find a job. But by going to Phil and Bay Valley Tech, I was able to speak to employers, let's say EJ Gallo. I was able to speak to just different people like, let's say Tesla, different employers in the region. And that really helped me out a lot because I didn't know anybody here. We just moved here as a family and we didn't know anybody. But with the networking, we were able to at least get something and go ahead. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Come on, everybody else did it, come on.
Wear the shirt,
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right, cool. So, spoiler alert, I'm from Merced. Yeah. So to hear about all the street signs and stuff, that was like, yeah, I see that all the time. But man, I don't even know where to start. So I'll start with trucking, or before that. So I'm 34 years old. Got a family. I got 2 beautiful baby boys, beautiful wife, and being Latino, growing up in Merced on the other side of the tracks, around the gangs, around the drugs, my only bright future was like to make it to 18 years old and to make it to, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to get emotional, to make it, to graduate with actually a GED back then. But I didn't get my GED, my high school diploma, surfed around the community colleges, changed my major 34 plus times, had 34 plus jobs in my life. After I found out trucking pays pretty good, right, I decided to get my Class A, after having inherited over 30 plus K at a university, Southwest, and in debt. So, school loans didn't really finish my 4-year. So, in trucking, there's a lot of money, especially over the road. I'm grateful for a lot of the opportunities I had. But after I lost my pops in 2020, right, due to COVID, my son got sick a couple years later, right? He got COVID, tested positive for COVID. He had fevers. I was on the road. I was looking for just a way to be there for my son. After like a lot of time of praying, meditating, and listening to Dave Ramsey's Financial Peace University, yeah. He talked about tech a lot, so they were promoting the boot camp. I looked into it. Hey, over 18K, no thank you. I already owe 30K. Something in my mind, I remember seeing free somewhere. If it's free, it's for me, right? So Bay Valley Tech, there it was in Modesto, California. I got to meet Phil. I was blessed to meet Phil it was in January, I think, of 2022, last year. Ever since then, I was always interested in tech, but for some reason, like I said, growing up, like my only future was prison. That's all it was. Like around all the people I was hanging out with, I grew up with. Again, even in trucking, all the guys coming out of prison, they're going to trucking. That's where they're going. Like Bay Valley Tech, after having good mentors like Phil, after meeting and making partners, 'cause I work in outreach now. Instead of recruiting gangsters, I'm recruiting like students, right? Yeah. Instead of all the crime, you know, or well, there's adjudications, right? It's just, you know, just making leaps and bounds to provide a service for the community that's completely free. So I'm grateful for what Bay Valley Tech is providing in Modesto. I know I've been pushing so hard to put it into Merced, and we got an office there. We're in Fresno. He didn't even tell you we're in Fresno. We're close to Bakersfield. We're going to be in LA next year. But more than anything, I believe this program will change lives for districts that each one of your districts, right? Folks who might not have the money to go to college or you know, don't want to necessarily or don't have the means to do so. Not that they don't want to go to college, but they just don't have the means to do so. There's just the flexibility of Bay Valley Tech. Also, so I don't want to dismiss college, it does become an additional component. As one of my colleagues mentioned, that he got his master's, right, in software engineering, but needed the internship part. He needed the work experience part, and that's what Bay Valley Tech offers, you know. But I'll be sitting here ranting all day, so I hope my trucking story was fine. Like, again, like after coming through the snow, through the Sierra Nevadas, you know, driving the ice 2-3 in the morning and find out my baby was like running 102, 103. After going through hospital visits, I just was grateful that I found an opportunity, such as Bay Valley Tech, met Phil and met everybody. I've been meeting all kinds of people through this program. So I hope that you guys would be open to consider it for your community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Anyone else? Okay, let's close the public comment.
Move to approve.
Wow.
Second. Third. Fourth.
There's a motion in I don't know how many seconds. Will you call the roll?
Whole bunch. Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Monet?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, passes 5-0. Thank you all. That's great. Hopefully you guys will start, you know, bringing some people around our city. That would be helpful. That's what I'm talking about. You got to get out of the Merced, dude. Come on. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Moreno, I guess you're giving us some first quarter budget update. Clean up on aisle one.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Council members. The presentation you have in front of you is your quarterly update for our budget process. As you remember, back on July 13th, we adopted a general fund budget of $52.1 million. So today's activities is to give you kind of a snapshot of what the first quarter looks like going forward. We'll also look at some additional funds as well. So to make an assumption as what the general fund looks like, as you know, you have multiple funding sources that come in at different times. So you have to make some assumptions as prior what your sales tax projections may be. Your property tax doesn't come until December, so you got to bring that analysis and make some assumptions on how this goes. You really get a cleaner snapshot of how the fiscal year is going to look when we do our mid-year. That's why your mid-year looks a lot bigger on how we do activities. So for this presentation, again, property taxes assumptions, using a 25% of our overall budget as a basis of what we're looking at. So looking at your first quarter analysis for the general fund, again, 25%, so that'd be 13 million. Your actual revenue stream, looking at estimate is about 13.4. So we're actually at 103% of that overall. The big basis of it is the sales tax. We had that presentation shortly a couple meetings ago, where we're talking about our sales tax and the activities we're looking at. So we're looking positive going into the year. Your expenditure is again pretty much on budget as far as what today's actually supposed to be at 95%. So no major factor to discuss at that point. So the factors comments is really just saying you what's that outlier, right? So in this section there really is none. So your positive overall gain for assumption of gain is about 1.1. Again, this is the first quarter. This is really early. It's still a good indicator of where we're at health-wise, right? And I'm not telling you to pull back already. The sky's not falling. I mean, but this is still early. But again, a lot of this is contributed to department directors controlling costs, but also what our revenue streams are looking like for the sales tax and the new Prime Amazon coming in. So within the presentation, we'll go over what I like to call the major funds. These are the ones you're constantly executing contracts for, municipal services and things of that nature. Obviously, you have Measure A, the roads program, and the general. So you see some negative numbers at net loss, but those are substantiated in different formats. So for the Measure A one, for the roads program, you have a construction that's already been expensed, about 1.5 million. You can see the revenue stream at 161,000. That's only one quarter. These are actuals, or the first, actually not even one quarter, I'm sorry, 1 month. So this is an actual number. When we do the general fund, we estimate in. So you can see that number actually match Fund 118 for the general. But the outlier really is that 1.5, they're already construction cost. Your next one in Columbus, again, you see a negative number, but we've already allocated 2.3 million to the Columbia Pool project, so that's why you're seeing such that fluctuation. The next one, general fund, so that's a primary thing. You're seeing different activities. Really what it is if you took that number, multiply it as an estimate of 3, you'd be covering most of that cost already. So it's just because we only have 1 month in there. Going down the line, again, tourism, there is during the budget process 300,000 that is allocated to the engineering fund just to help clean it up. So that's already been allocated. That's that big number. So again, most of this stuff is just outliers that are the stuff that the council's been talking about. For the water fund itself, you have a deficit or a debt payment that had to be paid for 3.4 million. That's already been paid. So you can see that we do have a deficit in that sense of the way, but we're covering one of our biggest expenses already in the first quarter. The next one for the water fund, you're actually getting SRF proceeds coming in for the project for the treatment plant. So that is my conclusion. Is there any questions?
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Council items for future consideration?
I have one. I'd like to see us explore either grants or some sort of funding sources so that we can assist citizens in replacing high water use lawns into low water use options. City of Turlock's going to be, by 2013, we're going to have to cut another 37% off of our personal water uses. So it behooves us to look into some switching out from high water use lawns to low water use landscapes. I did it myself several years ago and I cut my water use by 75%. So that's something I'd like us to look into.
Anybody else? I'm hoping we can see something on the next agenda for same day permitting, see where that's going. Council item, or comments, questions?
Yes, I'd just like to remind everyone that we're having our second ad hoc committee cannabis meeting this Thursday here at 6 o'clock. We'll be discussing the remaining policy items, and I welcome anybody who would like to come.
No?
Yes, I want to thank Public Works and Park staffing for taking care of a recent request for a stop sign down and some graffiti at one of my parks. They took care of it really quickly and it's much appreciated. Shout out to Turlock Fire. You guys did a great open house, knocked it out of the park. It was a lot of fun, a lot of kids there. I enjoyed seeing what you guys did. And also Trick or Treat downtown, Saturday the 28th, 11 to 1.
But they have Ghost.
Casper.
Okay.
Casper. So, on behalf of the city of Turlock, I just want to welcome our new Stanislaus County Superior Court judge, who was just appointed by Governor Newsom, the Honorable Maria Ramos Ratliff, and she is the first Latina to be appointed to our bench in the county, and we are so privileged to have her, but just a big warm welcome to her. And then this Thursday, the Battered Women's Haven of Stanislaus County has its annual fundraising event downtown Modesto at the Century at 5:30. I've been one of the legal advocates for the Haven for the past, 3+ years now. They help survivors of domestic violence, and they help anybody located in our county. So come out if you can. And do you have an announcement, sir?
Yes.
That's
As a matter of fact, under city manager reports, if that's where we are.
Sure.
Okay.
Go backwards.
We're gonna have an opening celebration for the Columbia Pool. Okay, on November 2nd at 3:30 p.m. at Columbia Pool. Bring your suit.
Right. We'll get water.
Funny, haha.
But we want to get it started get it highlighted, make sure the community knows it's a real project. There's a whole bunch of work that's gotta be done to make it a reality, but we expect that to be done by no later than the first part of June. We should have them
You better
up
back
and
that up a month.
We should up
It's a
and
May 1st
operating.
deadline.
Well, it depends on whether we get a crane down the alley or not.
It's a May 1st deadline.
Drop it from the aircraft.
Mr. Schultz, you're gonna have a crazy lady on your hands.
We already do.
Not to mention some crazy kids down the street here.
I wanted to just say I went to the Hall of Fame for CSU a couple weeks ago. It was really good to see them having that again. Then last week, CSU had everybody was welcome on the campus, whether you're alumni or going to sign up. I believe I helped somebody's child sign up here. So they've had a lot of stuff going on. They're actually kind of welcoming everybody back there. Pray Turlock was great turnout. I love seeing that. Firefighters was wonderful. And this Saturday is at the Turlock Airport in Balico. There's the Young Eagles event, which is a really cool event. 8-year-olds to 17-year-olds can go there and actually get in a plane and fly. So it's kind of cool. Madam Clerk.
For closed session, item 12A, conference with labor negotiators, California Government Code 54957.6A. Agency designated representative is Deputy City Manager Sarah Eddy, and the employee organizations are the Turlock Associated Police Officers, Turlock City Employees Association, Turlock Firefighters Association, Local 2434, Turlock Management Association, Public Safety, and unrepresented employees.
All right, we will report out should there be something.
so there's a quorum.
You're still here.
Yeah, sure, good.
All right, we are back from closed session. We have nothing to report out, so we will see you on the second week of November.
I love your optimism.
Yes. Absolutely. Thank you, Regan.